Celebrate history and family with the Jack Shoemaker collection. 24 vehicles spanning 6 decades with trucks that are all timepieces in automotive history, all crossing the block at no reserve in just a little bit. We are looking forward to that. And we say hello, everybody. Welcome and happy Halloween. It is day 2 of Mecum in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm Danielle Trotta. 6 hours of coverage kicking off now, streaming live on ESPN+. And yes, we are going to storytell and look at that Shoemaker collection in just a little bit. In fact, our very own Chris Jacobs is with 2 of those trucks now. Hey, Chris.
Hey, Danielle. Yeah, when Jack Shoemaker was looking to add some vehicles to his collection, he looked in the want ads and found this 37 Ford pickup truck. When he went to go see it, the owner, Don Bailey, told him, hey, you love this truck so much, I know where there's another one. In fact, my brother bought the same truck at the same dealership on the same day, and that is this red one right here. Both of these 37 Ford pickup trucks are powered by a flathead V8 221 CI, and really the only difference between the two, besides the color, the black one has the steel bed and the red has the wood inserts in its bed. So reunited after all those years in Jack Shoemaker's collection, and now going across the auction block today here in Fort Worth, each at no reserve. So it'll be interesting to see, will the same buyer buy both of these trucks and keep them united? We will all find out together a little bit later.
2's always better than 1, especially on Halloween, Chris, when we're talking about candy. We've been giving some of it out to all the little ones here in the crowd. A packed house. We can't wait to get started. More on the Shoemaker collection in just a bit. Right now, we send it over to the block and join Scott Hoke and Bill Stevens. Happy Halloween, guys.
Happy Halloween, DT. Yes, indeed. Welcome into the booth. I'm Scott with Bill. We are costume delete today, just so you know.
Yep.
But happy Friday and happy Halloween. You know, if you were with us yesterday, you know, there was kind of a smattering of Corvettes and Camaros. We're going to flip that script in a big way today, including one car that you'll want to pay particular attention to. It's a 1964 red on red custom Corvette that we'll see a little bit later on. It is on fire, Bill.
Yeah, let's review and discuss, shall we? Yesterday, we talked about the windfall of pickup trucks here at this auction. Over the entire auction, 263 of them. We have more of them today, but today we also have over 40 Corvettes spanning all 8 generations. We also have a 2017 Mustang that was built for SEMA. You ready? 2.3-liter EcoBoost 4-cylinder with both a turbo and a supercharger. That's coming up later.
You will be a happy guy at that point. Mopar folks, never fear. You will be quite smitten with the car that you're going to preview for us.
Yeah, Mopar fans love every single Superbird that was ever built, all 935 of them. This one, 1970. Now that's the vitamin C paint, but the story is under the hood. You see the 6-barrel setup? That was added because the VIN says this is a U-code Superbird. Came with a 440, but with a 4-barrel, 375 horse. It has 390 now. You see, it's got the Torque Flight automatic split front bench seat in black, contrasting with the vitamin C. And you see the upgraded wheels and tire package as well. It is a fantastic example of that 1970 super speedway Plymouth that came and went so quickly. And it's coming later on today here in Fort Worth.
Cannot wait. Hey, what do you say we kick off this Friday with a pickup truck, Bill Stevens? We're going to do that with a 4-wheel drive 1971 Chevy K10.
Yeah, with that classic color scheme we see a lot of. It's got the color on the top and on the bottom with that cream white around the middle. That's the creamy filling here on Halloween.
Yes.
Also, beautiful restoration. Recently had some upgrades made to it, which obviously has added to its appearance on the block here. 5.7-liter V8, about 250 horsepower with a 4L60E automatic transmission. That's the upgrade that I was referring to, and a set of aftermarket wheels.
High bid, our auctioneer, as we lead things off today. Matt Morvac will send that the direction of the bid goes on. Another 4-wheel truck right behind it. This from 1987. It's a K30.
Yeah, that's a high rider. Has a lift kit in it, 6 inches worth. Also the 37-inch tires. That gives it some more altitude. The engine's a big block, 454 under the hood, 230 horsepower. And if that sounds familiar, well, a few years later, that was the engine you'd find in the 454 SS pickup with the 230 horsepower rating. This one, automatic transmission and fresh build. Everything looks absolutely pristine, including the interior. You'll see that in just a second. Well-presented truck, and the bidding is strong on the $40,000 bracket right now.
I like that cowl hood on this truck.
Yeah, how about that? We don't see that all the time.
Nope. Boy, it has a look, too, all the way around. In the same neighborhood as the previous truck. Still plenty of activity.
Yeah, those are 22-inch wheels with those 37-inch tires wrapped around them. Boy,
that's a package.
Tall in the saddle.
42,000 a bid, 41, 42 bid. You want to give two, 42,000 a bid, 41, 42,000. Hit one, now get a bit of a two, 41, now get a bit of a 42,000. 1 and 42 bid. $42,000. Get 41 bid, 42. 42,000 bid, now get a bit of a two, now get a bit of a coming last down two.
454, by the way, is aftermarket fuel injection too. So it's probably pushing a little more than that factory rated 230.
Right. So that one will stall for the moment at $41,000. To the bid goes on, it goes. And a 96 Land Rover Defender 90 will be up next.
Yeah, this one is wearing a costume for Halloween. This
there you go.
Yeah, got the Project Camel Trophy livery on it, which kind of pays homage to the Land Rover-sponsored Camel Trophy off-road trucks that are always competitive in that big off-road event. 2.5-liter 300 TDI turbo diesel, about 111 horsepower there with an automatic transmission, and of course the all-wheel drive, and could not possibly get into all of the upgrades and all of the new parts and pieces on this Defender 90. Long list, just about everything that is on that truck right now has either been restored or rebuilt or replaced. Big project.
Yeah, we're on the air only until 6 p.m. Eastern, and there's a lot of other cars we need to talk about.
We can't sit on this one that long.
No. What if I give you a check for 38?
Total frame-off restoration.
Oh, yeah. Goes without saying.
Down in Houston.
Yep. New body panels on this. Chassis all been upgraded. Suspension, brakes.
I give you a check for 39.
Interiors had some restitching done to it. Right-hand drive, as you can see.
I've got 40 bid. If I give you a check for 39,000, you want to
Those
sell
are factory Land Rover heavy-duty wheels, by the way.
Yeah, you need them when you're out there in the outback.
in his pocket?
Okay, this is easy. Okay. Not quite.
So they're
Internet, the Mecum
they
rules.
are invoking the Mecum rule. That was Jamie McLeod on the phone with the consignor. See if they can get it worked out here.
Do that. And $50,000. Internet, once, twice, 3 times a lady at $50,000. You click in, you own it at $50,000. And it is, like I said, once, twice, 3 times we have. Going to close it. Bid goes on. Takes $50,000 to buy the Land Rover.
All right, so the internet decided not to take advantage of that Mecum rule at 50.
Yeah, but we're at the 1 yard line.
Right. Tush push.
There it is, yeah.
Okay, so let's move on to 1937. It's a Packard Super 8 Custom Coupe here. And look at all the chrome hiding under that hood engine cover.
Oh, geez. Black and chrome, polishing, put them all together. Oh, that is delish. And we've been seeing more and more of these, Scott, these hot-rodded Packards of
yes.
late. You know?
Good call.
They're becoming popular subjects for customization. It's pretty rare 1937 model here, the 120 Super. But, boy, it's been gone through completely. That was a supercharged 350 you saw in the engine room. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. Oh, just drink it in. Look at the black finish. You saw the burgundy interior. custom wheels, billet pieces throughout.
That's an original steel body, too.
Yeah, I know.
That's not a fabricated thing, yeah.
And if anybody isn't doing repopped Packard bodies, they ought to start doing it now because people are building them. Torque thrust too, so beautifully chromed. Not a thing not to like on this hot rod.
You know, 15, 20 years ago, you think, you know, what would you feel about a 37 Packard custom build like this? And, you know, not a lot of people would be on board with it at that point.
Right, yeah. Yeah, the real purists. Although we got to tell you, by 1937, the bloom was off the rose a little bit with Packards after the Great Depression kind of set them into retrograde. It sells six figures.
Wow, look at that.
Hey now.
Love it. $100,000. Put that one in the sold column.
Yeah, maybe half of what the build cost.
Could be right. Well, we've got an early leader in our race to the top seller award, if you will, later on today. So we'll move to a 2012 Ram 2500 Laramie Longhorn.
Oh, this be a big boy right here. It's got the 6.7 liter inline 6-cylinder, 350 horsepower, but that horsepower, that's nothing to get excited about. How about the torque? With the automatic transmission, these trucks offered 800 pound-feet of torque. For hauling, for towing, for climbing, for anything. All-wheel drive, black on the outside with those beige accents, brown interior, and lots of extras, including AM/FM stereo, Sirius XM radio, AC, cruise control. It's got accessory power outlets throughout the truck. And I guess it stalled. Oh no, it got hammered. 37,000.
It did. 37 grand is right.
Good.
So with that, we will hit the pause button ever so briefly. Our live coverage here on ESPN Plus continues in just a moment. We've got a good one coming up for you tomorrow. 1966, the first year of the Olds 442 W30. We have one. Only 54 of them came from the factory with the 400 cube 360 horse V8 and a 4-speed. There are very few of them still known to exist, roughly 17 or so. That one will be part of our coverage tomorrow from Dickies Arena here in Fort Worth, Texas, and we'll kick things off once again, high noon Eastern, 9 o'clock in the morning out on the West Coast. Hope you can plan on being there for that. Okay, Bill, here we go. First Corvette of the day today. It's a beauty, 1965.
Yeah, this was the final year for that fuel injection unit that debuted in 1957. Of course, fuel-injected Corvettes came back, but a whole different technology. There's a good look at it right there. This one also with 4-speed manual transmission and a classic Corvette color, that Milano Maroon. 375 horse out of that fuel injection, by the way, and that 375 horsepower, 327, was the high watermark for a 327 horsepower in the C2s. Final hardtop as well. Black inside. They put in an aftermarket power antenna, although a power antenna was an option for the Corvette in 1965. Well presented, looking good with those knockoff wheels, which we like to see.
That Milano Maroon and those gold stripe tires. Boy, that combination really works.
Yep, sure does.
Always. Bid at $58,000.
Those are not original knockoff wheels, by the way. Those are repops. Original knockoff wheels, almost priceless these days, if you can find 4 of them in decent condition.
Right.
Head down high to bid. I'd get a bid about 9. I'd get a bid about 59,000 a bid. I'd get a bid about 9. Brian on $59,000. And it is 59,000. He's old enough for him. He knows. I'd get a bid about 59,000 a bid. You want to get 59,000. And now, not get a bit of a 9, not get a bit of a kind of a thing, you know the answer, not get a bit of a 9 down, not get a bit of a 9 down, 8 down, 9, not get a bit of a 9. We're going to close it at $58,000. Agreed. Close it at $58,000. We're going to work on that one.
Okay, as you heard him say, going to work on it at $58,000. So that's where we will leave it. And go to first gen C1 Corvette, 1962, the final year. Wait, did they reopen the?
Yeah, they did.
Now let's do the same
60?
here. 60. 15,000 a bid.
Okay.
15,000 down. Not get it on a 62 miles.
So we'll call that one sold at $60,000. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right, 62 vet now.
Yeah, as you started to say, this is the last year for the C1s, and this was the first year for the 327. You can look at it right there. 4 different 327s were available in 1962. Man, you had all kinds of choices. This one with a 4-speed. It's been repainted. The car's had a fresh coat or two of ermine white, and it's a hardtop car as well. 336 gears, good intermediate rear end ratio there for both acceleration and for cruising. And there's the spinner hubcaps, factory correct, full wheel covers. And I think we may get a new owner for this. This is getting very close to market correct right now.
George, your turn. 50,000 a bid. Got 47 right here. 50,000 a bid. $50,000. 47. Now 50. The car is for sale. 50,000 a bid.
Okay, the reserve is off.
58,000 a bid. Not going to bid 50,000.
Yep.
You want to bid 50?
I am not surprised.
52,000. 52. 50 bid. Down
This is kind of a little footnote, but according to the Corvette Black Book, 1962, you see the white walls. First year, you get the narrow white walls. It was an option.
Yeah.
That's kind of kooky to think about all these years later.
Well, you know, and JK used to point this out all the time. They were popular. A lot of people went with white walls back in the
Absolutely.
day.
No question, right? 50,000 it does sell. So 2 for 2 with those Corvettes. And we move to a 1972 Camaro right behind it.
Yep, and this has got a crater, as we call it. It's a crate motor. It's a Ramjet 350. But in 1972, you could get a factory 350. I have a feeling this probably was born with something less, and they put this one in. 3-speed automatic. And not a lot of major modifications here. Got the rally wheels, you just saw those. Aftermarket Avenger GT white letter tires. And this will not be a budget buster by any stretch. If we can squeeze out maybe mid to upper 20s, my guess is we might have something to talk about. We're not going to get there.
Not going to get there. Unfortunately, at $20,000. Wait a minute.
Well, Drake, the number is going to be on that Camaro.
They went back to that car.
32-ish.
It worked last time.
Yeah, it sure did.
That's a firm no. Closed it at 21. Still takes 32,000, but thank you.
Now offering up 63, a 70 El Camino SS, highly
Nope.
original.
Okay, so we're going to leave it as is as the bid goes on. So let's check in with Chris Jacobs over in the 303 staging lane with another Camaro that's coming our way.
Yes, sir, Scott. We did say there were a lot of them going across the block today. So moving from the 3rd year of Gen 2 to the last year of Gen 1, this 1969 Camaro RS, powered by a 327, as you're getting a look at right there. 4-barrel carburetor sitting underneath that Edelbrock intake. And very standard resto here, you know, just the classic Camaro combination of the orange with the black rally stripes. And as we take a look inside, we see the houndstooth interior, always looking so good with this setup. Vinyl top, you've got the basket handle shifter, controlling that automatic transmission, the rally wheels, of course. And I chose this particular car for my first preview because of its color combination. Perfect for Halloween. This color is bright orange, which I said those black rally stripes, just such a cool look. And how well is this restoration done? Well, this car was actually featured on the cover of the catalog for classic Chevrolet parts. So well-deserved cover car for that publication. Back to you guys with more cars crossing the block.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Chris Jacobs. And happy Halloween, indeed.
Yeah,
There are a few folks that
bunch
are
of people in the spirit.
Decked
yes.
out in Halloween costume today.
Yep.
Okay, let's focus on this 1969 Mercury Cyclone Fastback.
Oh, Ford and Mercury fans will rejoice with this car. This is a factory R code 428 Cobra Jet powered 69 Cyclone Fastback. Has the C6 high performance automatic transmission. We had a Cyclone yesterday, I believe, the Cale Yarborough trim level. This one is not that, but look at the restoration on this. Whoa, baby. 335 horsepower, the factory rating. Very underrated, by the way, as we've discussed many times. And they upgraded the wheels as well with those American Torque Thrust 2s, deep dish jobs. With that black paint. That is a looker.
Sharp car,
oh,
indeed.
Boy. This was the car that would go toe-to-toe with what Mopar was doing, and of course, big block Chevelles back in '69. It was warfare.
I got 3 guys on.
46 shielding that 41.4, and that's what I'll do.
Okay. All right, man. 43.
Well,
43.
At 46, you net 41.4.
Right, but I need a net 43.
If 46, you wouldn't have got that, though.
Okay, you can't help out with it?
I did. We're at 45, and I'm netting you from 46.
So what my net be?
41.4.
No, I can't.
42.
I can do 43.
42.
$46,000 it is. How many y'all think you should sell it?
42.5.
What's happened?
All right. Just enough back and forth.
Yep.
And I think everybody's going to be okay.
All those chess pieces were moving back and forth there.
Yes, they were.
47 a bit. Doors open. Whoever goes through it, $47,000. He won it. $47,000.
Yep.
Thank you. 48,000. Now 48,000.
Now what?
Lesson learned.
Yes.
We say you take the reserve off sometimes, and that stimulates bidders to jump in when they know it's for sale.
Sold 47. Sold 47,000.
Yes, sir. And 47 rings the bell for that 69 Mercury Cyclone. Well, here is a 1953 Corvette replica. What's wrong with this picture? Well, the fact that in 1953 you couldn't get a red one.
No, or a V8.
Correct. Or a lot of things.
You know.
Those wheels.
Yeah. Oh, look at the detailing there. Great finish work on that engine room. You know what? This is a street rod with a 53 Corvette body on it.
Right.
That's what I'm going to call it.
Yeah, that's fair.
There are a few pieces on it that are authentic 53 Corvette parts, but just a few. Windshield, taillights, few things like that. But that is a 350 crate motor with dual 4-barrel carbs, as you saw, with a turbo 350 automatic and a 10-bolt rear end.
It's a street rod with a 53 Corvette Halloween costume.
Yeah, right.
How about that?
It's dressing up like a Corvette. Yeah. They put disc brakes on it so it stops as well as it goes.
35 will be the high bid
$40,000
on
will
that.
buy the car, though. $40,000 will buy the car. When it goes to 35, George, got to work on
I
that
don't
one.
have it. Now offering F66.
All right.
From the
Well,
Legacy
George's guy's out,
collection.
and we'll let it go here at 35,000. Chevy C10 pickup truck, 1968 now.
Another hot rod, supercharged LS in this. Automatic transmission, probably a turbo 400 maybe. AC, power steering. Coy's wheels, that aluminum radiator, cool things off, and a look at the interior. Clean, well presented. That looks like a leather upholstery on those seats there.
I think you're right.
Yeah. Deep black paint.
That's a custom bench seat, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you mention that?
Well, I said it was leather.
Leather,
So yeah.
Total custom. Not a rewrap of the existing.
No, and I don't know if it's an OEM seat. That might be an aftermarket seat. As I look further, that is. It's an aftermarket seat that's finished in leather. Cool. Yep.
High bid on that C10 at $63,000. So we need to pause once again. Part of our 6 hours of live coverage here from Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. Back in a moment. Welcome back to our live coverage. Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth here from Dickies Arena. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. Rutledge, as we take a look at a 72 C10. Rutledge Wood is not with us today, and he'll be back tomorrow. There's a very good reason he's not here. He is back home in the Atlanta area because tonight is senior night at McIntosh High School for his oldest daughter, Elsie. She's a member of the Chiefettes dance team and a 5-year member of the McIntosh High School lacrosse team. And kudos for Rutledge for going back for senior night. And Rutledge himself is a former McIntosh Chief, so that's a big deal. And congrats everybody over there.
Senior night on Halloween. Is that going to get a little spooky, do you think?
Maybe. Yeah. Look at the money on this 72 C10 while we're discussing that.
Oh, wow. Rightly so. Yeah, 1972, if you wanted a fuel-injected Vortec V8, couldn't get it. Couldn't get a 4L60E automatic with overdrive either. Well, you can in this truck, and that's driving the bidding because that powertrain is excellent. Custom black bucket seats on the inside with red stitching and extras such as AC, power front disc brakes, power steering, that's sway bars, KYB shocks. Great ride, great sound system, Alpine, AM/FM CD with big kick panel speakers tucked up underneath there and 22-inch US mags with red line tires. What a package.
Yeah, just walked over to the truck to check the size, Bill, and those 22s do fit very well on this truck. The stance is very well executed. They don't always look good with these big wheels there, but this one pulls it off.
70, you guys are nickel and diming each other. Sir, do you want to give 80?
Good luck.
Just give 80.
We're in the lead now.
Hey, 77.5.
How about 78, Ryan? 78. 80. George, 80.
I know you want to go 79.
One of you's got to be $80,000 and own the truck.
Just give me
Reserves
80,
office
let's get it
for
done.
sale now. Give $80,000, George.
Get it done. Let's not nickel and dime anymore.
80,000.
Give me 80. Let's move it.
80,000. How about 79? Final
79.
call, George.
Yeah, baby.
79. Now 80. Now 80.
Bill, what is it about this particular C10 that's driving this price to this level? Is it the overall build or some component in particular?
I think the drivetrain has a lot to do with it. That's well thought out, fuel-injected Vortec, 4L60E, the color choice, wheels.
Yeah!
85. All right, 83, 85 pound under David in the 3, down 5, here 9.
And don't forget where we are, too. That's a big factor.
Absolutely.
We are in the
Trucks
great
in
state of
Texas.
Texas, baby.
Absolutely.
Wow, how about that? Good bidder battle there. $83,000.
Number 2 in the clubhouse now?
Yes, actually. No, actually number 3.
Really?
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Oh, a K10 sold before we came on the air for like 87.
No, come on. Go with me, will you? Gee.
Hey, man, I got to be accurate here. Okay, well, let's see what happens with this 72 C10. We're already at 60. That whole conversation we just had may be moot. Who knows?
You know what? It could be, because this truck takes that last truck to an even higher level. This is a 6-liter LS in this truck, and the build quality on this may be equal or better. It's got the 4L80E automatic transmission, the electronic overdrive, full frame-off treatment here with only 800 miles since it was completed, air suspension, vintage air conditioning, And it's going to come up short, but I'll tell you right now, there's not a big difference between this truck and the previous one in terms of what it offers.
Wow. Yeah, back-to-back C10s bringing the money. All right, let's check out the next truck in the lineup, which is from 1963, and this is a Ford F100.
Well, this is a crew cab, and it's the funkiest crew cab I think we've ever had come through here. Power comes from a 292 cubic inch Y block, 160 horsepower. That Y block, they stopped putting them in cars the year before, but the trucks, they still got them for another couple of years or so. Fully restored. That 292 has an Edelbrock carburetor on it, 4-speed manual transmission, a Borg-Warner unit, 4-wheel drive. Kind of kooky when you take a look at it. It's got, you know, kind of a funky profile, that crew cab with those weird-looking beat pillars.
Yep. And this is a truck that was actually built for Ford by, I believe it's Weber Manufacturing in Denver. So
yeah, it's a work truck.
Absolutely.
Now, what color would you say that truck is?
First thing that comes to mind for me is like a silver blue.
I would agree.
The Corvette, right?
Arctic green.
Really?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with your screens at home, people. That is a green color, but it depends on the way the light hits it.
Okay.
Very subtle. Looks blue, looks silver, but yeah, it's one of those paint jobs that plays tricks on you.
I think the designers of this truck were definitely thinking function before form. Have you ever seen vent windows on the rear doors?
On the rear doors, yes.
Good catch there.
Funky function.
29 is the high bid at the moment.
Okay, Justin, 30 grand, $1,000, raise your bid, you own it.
Boy, those rear doors look like they'd fit on the front.
Sure.
Same sort of kind of profile, not the same size, but similar in dimension.
Yeah, the lines are a little bit jarring. You know,
Yeah,
that's why
jarring.
It's functional, great. Form,
Well, it did sell, and I think 29 was the final price on that pickup truck. So we'll move on to a 1973 Pontiac Grand Am now.
Yeah, big year for General Motors. They switched over to the Colonnade body style, as you can see right here. Big departure from the previous gen. Engine-wise, 400 cube Pontiac engine and a variety of horsepower ratings, everywhere from 170 to 230. This one has the automatic transmission and factory air. A bunch of power accessories. The odometer reads just a little bit over 55,000 miles, so it's been driven a little bit, but great looking car, that style. Very popular.
Quick correction on that 63 F100. We did have it on the screen at 29,000. It did sell for 39. Just want to clear that up.
Okay, but it did hammer.
It did hammer, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This one did not.
And this one winds up at 23,000. So we'll move on to this 1930 Ford Model A two-door sedan.
Well, where do we begin here? Looks like the return of the rat rod here.
Yep.
Supercharged 427 big block, big rat motor with a blower. But that 427, now this takes some clever engineering. They've de-stroked the 427 to 396, and a 427 is actually a stroked 396, so they kind of went backwards on that engine for whatever reason, I guess just to be different. Turbo 400. 9-inch rear end with 370 gears, but it's all about that bodywork, the bullet holes.
Oh yeah.
You know, the patina finish. Yeah, someone went wild. They had maybe a little too much time in their hands. But this style of hot rod, probably still to a lot of people, you know, popular and cool, and they like them. But I think, you know, the peak of this style has kind of come and gone. But they're still out there.
Guys, if you were to close your eyes and someone said you're about to see a 1930 Ford Model A two-door sedan, and then you opened your eyes and saw this, you would be very surprised.
Yeah, happy Halloween again.
Right.
Zoomy headers there. Those are straight pipes. Fire this thing up and you'll clear the building, believe me. A supercharged big block with open headers.
42, internet time, 40's bid, 42. Got got $40,000.
American Racing, Torque Thrust 2s.
Let's sell it.
Anybody else? Got 40 bid. 42.
Wonder what caliber was used for those bullet holes.
Large.
Yeah.
Reserve is off. Internet.
We're one step
Got
closer.
40,000 with Ryan Bird. 42. Cars for sale if you want it. Anybody else can bid as well. They got 40,000.
40,000. The reserve's off.
42,000. So $40,000 Ryan Bird.
And that's where it sells.
32 Ford Model
Right on.
pickup. This is a very
40
rare
grand.
32 Ford
That's,
Model
I think, the
pickup.
first
Production
bullet-riddled car that we've sold here at Mecum in a while.
That's true. Market correct, however, right?
Well, I don't know what you compare it to, so I'll go with you.
Here's a 1932 Ford Model A, much more conventional in its appearance.
Yes, folks, let's come back to earth now, shall we? Got a flatty in it, 201 cubic inch inline 4-cylinder with, there you see it. It's not the V8 flathead now. This one has 40 horsepower, and it is mostly original 3-speed manual, and that is what we call Jenny paint. That is a genuine Ford paint job there on an all-steel truck.
1932 Model A is unusual because the production only went 3 months into the production of the Model A pickup, only went 3 months into 1932.
Yes, sir.
Stopped. No reserve, by the way, on this particular automobile.
Now 20, Paul. Just get 20, sir.
20,000, take it home.
Yeah, the successor to the 32 Ford Model A, that brought in that V8, that flathead V8. And boy, that really
Nice job, sir. Thank you very much.
gave the Ford a whole new image, having a V8 in it.
All right, it brings 20,000. 1931 Model A Roadster right behind it.
Yeah, we're kind of in the same general area chronologically. The Model A came along in 1928. This is a 31. Has the 201 cubic inch 4-cylinder engine, as we talked about, and a 3-speed manual. These cars are going to command a little bit more because, you know, people fall in love with the side-mounted spares and the rumble seat and the paint combination as well. This one has the cowl lamps as well, rear view mirrors on the side mounts. So you might say this is an optioned out 31 Ford Model A Roadster. And again, it is the Roadster body style people like, the storage trunk hanging off the back.
I got 15 up here, guys. $16,000. Anybody else? Paul?
And these are always popular at the rod runs and the classic Ford get-togethers, what have you. You always see a bunch of them.
Anybody else? Higher David to get here. Pot call. Henry Ray Clint. Higher David to get 15 pound. Higher David to get 16,000. Now 17.
Oh, a last-minute phone
17.
bidder jumping into the
Got
mix.
16 way upstairs. 17, 18, 17, 18. No, sir. I got 17, 18, now 19. You're out up there, Drake, at 19, 18, 19. I get 18 bid already. 19. Yes or no, guys? 19. Now 20. Now 20.
I got you.
19, 20. 19, 20. Now 1. Now
21.
$21,000. 20.
Somebody is very comfortable at home on their couch saying, hey, no reserve? I can make this part of my collection.
20 bid. 21,000.
Oh, definitely a Ford.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah, for sure. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Coming down the lane.
Okie doke. Back-to-back Model A's, one from 32, one from 31. Both of them sell for $20K here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth.
I think people are going to love to see the Duesenbergs that Pete has in his collection. One of them is a specific favorite of mine.
1926 Duesenberg, the coach builder is Mills Puck and Irish, you know, pretty interesting. But a lot of the Duesenberg Model A's had a coach builder of Mills Puck and Irish. So about 18 years ago, I bought the engine and chassis only. It had not had a body on it, but somewhere down it shows, I heard there's a body laying somewhere for a Duesenberg Model A. So I called around, and I knew there was a doctor out in L.A. He was a heart doctor. Sure enough, I touched base with him. He said, yeah, I got the body for your car, Pete. I said, you're kidding. And then I remarried the body back onto the engine and chassis.
It's a Duesenberg that has the original sheet metal and paint, if you can believe that. It's not a show winner because it is in that same original appearance. The patina is incredible, and the car runs and drives. You don't see cars like that very often, certainly not a Duesenberg. And he has a Model J.
It was really in ruins. It was really in bad shape. And I even have pictures of it in the junkyard. So I restored the car myself. It was a 6-year restoration, but right here in this building, there's a 1928 hoist there that I pulled the engine out with and redid the engine right here on the floor. Took the chassis down to bare chassis, sandblasted and painted. Did 100% chrome on it, painted it interior. And it was just one of the most enjoyable times of my life, restoring that 1931 Durham Tourister Duesenberg.
Well, I know that when those cars cross the block in Kissimmee, it's going to be emotional for Pete Toto because they really do represent his heart and soul. And I hope they do well. I really do.
I think we all do. And Pete, we see him occasionally at our auctions, and terrific guy and some fantastic cars.
Yeah.
Right now, let's check in over at the 303 staging lane. Chris Jacobs standing by there once again.
Yeah, Scott. Well, yesterday we had a Fiero Rari. Well, what should we call this? Lamborghini, maybe? This is actually not a Lamborghini Countach, but it is done up to look like one. It is actually a 2001 Predator Custom Coupe. It's on a Lola Racing chassis, and it is powered by a 5.7-liter V8, backed up by a 5-speed manual transmission. So we're taking a look around it. Obviously, a tribute, I guess you could call it, to the Countach. But you know, definitely not one when you get up close to it and take a look at it. It looks like the body is probably fiberglass. Not certain about that, but yeah, it's got all the Lamborghini Countach badging on it. You can see that big quad exhaust sticking out the back, and once again powered by that 5.7-liter V8 that we'll take a look at right now. Open up the hatch in the back so we can see that. So interesting to say the least. Kind of perfect for Halloween. It's done up in the costume of a Countach. It'll be coming across the block soon. Scott?
Very good, CJ. Thank you very much out there in the 303 staging lane for us once again today. Back on the block here at Dickey's Arena, we have a 2021 Land Rover Range Rover Sport HST. Big bucks, man.
Yeah, and loaded to the max. Turbo, 3-liter, 6-cylinder with 395 horsepower, all-wheel drive. Some of the features: panoramic sunroof, leather interior, there it is. It's got nav in it, heated and cooled seats, dual zone climate control. All the things that these top-of-the-line Range Rovers you would expect to have. And the condition, outstanding. And the odometer reading, a little over 52,000 miles. So it's got a lot more mileage under its belt still to come. This was not inexpensive when it was new either.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was shopping for a loaded Land Rover Range Rover, and hope you got a good credit rating.
37 is the bid. And for what, 4-year-old, almost 5-year, we'll call it 5 since we're almost at 2026.
Yeah,
that's not bad at all.
No, not at all. This is not a, you know, an old, beaten up old Land Rover Range Rover that nobody loved.
Voice ride, kind of like see you own it. 40. Hi, David, get it. Okay, you want her to own it. 39, 40,000. So $39,000. Jared.
Lot F, 80.1, a 71C, 10.
All right, well, up in the grandstand, the upper seating area, $39,000. Going to go to that couple right there. We will take a break from Fort Worth, coming back in just a moment on ESPN Plus. We are back live on ESPN Plus from Dickey's Arena in Fort Worth, Texas. Bill Stevens, I do not believe that is a factory Corvette color from 1964.
Might be a factory color from maybe a C5 or something, but it doesn't tell us that. But you're right.
Yes.
It does have a matching numbers powertrain, just not a matching numbers paint job. 327, 300 horse. That was the second from the bottom horsepower rating for a 327 that year with a 4-speed transmission. An entry-level C2 Corvette for you.
55 is the bid. All right, 55.
Nice.
That Corvette would fit right in with the Bachmann Ferraris.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right.
Okay, so we'll move to a 1957 Fairlane 500 Sunliner that is selling also at no reserve. We previewed this car for you briefly yesterday. Look at this. Visually, it's just stunning with the color combination and that black top. My goodness.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this is a 100-point restoration all day long. Flame red, colonial white. That's the color scheme. 292 Y-block, 212 horsepower. Dual exhaust, man, 3-speed transmission with overdrive. That's rare. That's a column mounted 3 on the tree on that powertrain. You see the wire wheels. And all of the exterior gingerbread. You see the double rear view mirrors, fender mounted. And
that detail of that wicker-esque material in the molding there is just such a nice custom
the gold
touch.
molding.
Yeah.
38,000. Just bought that beautiful Fairlane 500 Sunliner. Okay, here is Chris's 1969 Camaro RS Rally Sport.
Yeah,
Happy Halloween.
Yes. And a little jack-o'-lantern there on wheels. 327 being phased out in the Camaro by 69. The 350 had debuted in 67, so they were kind of side by side for a couple years. This one has had an Edelbrock intake and 4-barrel added to it. Automatic transmission, power steering. Has the protector plate in this, kind of unusual, actually. We don't see that a lot. That, of course, is one of those things that helps you to document a General Motors vehicle. And this was on the cover of Classic Chevrolet Parts not long ago. And I'd say that'd make a pretty decent-looking cover car.
One of the things that really stands out about this restoration is the quality of the bright work. It looks like they had removed all the moldings and trim, had them re-chromed and put back on the car, and it really is a nice added touch. Really makes that bright orange paint job pop.
Well, you know what, Chris? I would say you could go to your NPD catalog and get all new trim pieces. Why go through the hassle of having them replated? Little extra little
touche
love for NPD there.
Sure,
yeah,
absolutely. No reserve here at 50,000, the current bid. There it is. Drop that hammer.
Yeah, nice.
All right, as we wrap up the sale of that Camaro, let's check in with Danielle Trotta.
Thank you, Scott Hoke. I'm with a very special 1972 Ford Bronco, and I know what you're thinking at home. There's always a ton of great Ford Broncos at Mecum. A lot of them have been restored, but this one has a really cool story. It's been owned by a single family since it came off the lot in 1972. A father bought it, passed it off to his son in 1994, who then passed it to his brother in the year 2000. So it's been in the family for generations. Originally purchased by the father as a hunting rig. The excursions this Bronco has been on, it's seen some of the most beautiful lands in the country, like Alaska, hunting trips to Colorado, right here in the state of Texas as well. V8 3-speed, guys. It did undergo a frame-off restoration, but an original engine on a pallet will be included in the sale. This is a special 1972 Bronco, guys. I love the teal and white exterior, all black inside. It is crossing the block very soon.
Well, in my opinion, I would say that there are 3 vehicles in the last 5 years that have been so red hot in terms of desirability and the modifications we've seen. Of course, the Broncos won, the Blazers, the K5 Blazers, and also the C10 pickup truck.
Right.
A lot of people love them and store them and modify them. And that little Bronco right there, a perfect example.
Hey, Danielle might even stay in the truck and drive it onto the block.
It's very comfortable, Scott. I'm happy to do so if you'd like me to.
Excellent. I'm with you. Hey, let's thank you, Danielle. Let's bring you back in here to the arena proper and check out this 1954 Buick Skylark convertible. Big car for Buick back in the early mid 50s.
Oh, that is a flagrant understatement, Mr. Hoke. I'm telling you, this is 1 year removed now from the Motorama Skylark in 1953. That was a sensation of the show, along with the Cadillac Eldorado and the Oldsmobile Fiesta. This is the Skylark, and this is one of those cars that went from prototype show car to production with very few changes. You see those wild cut open wheel wells there that are aligned sometimes with the body color, sometimes with red. These have the nailhead V8 in them, the 322 cubic inch engine with 200 horsepower with an automatic, correct Malibu blue paint, a two-tone exterior, and the interior as well, just perfectly matched with that as well. Power operated top, and power here, there, and everywhere. Steering, brakes, windows, chrome wires, white walls. What a sensational car. Not a lot of them were built. Very expensive.
70.
You were in Cadillac country in terms of price back at 54.
Okay, check this out. This is super cool. The guy on the left of the screen in the middle, the consignor, Willie Foreman, is wearing a Harlem Globetrotters jacket. Willie Foreman played at Texas A&M and is a former Harlem Globetrotter. He is the consignor, and that is his Buick Skylark that just reached a high bid of $70,000.
That is really neat. I wish I could whistle.
Sweet Georgia Brown,
yeah, I
man.
Can't do it.
I can't do it because I'm smiling now, you know?
Yeah.
All right, very cool. $70,000, the high bid on that Skylark. Next up, a GMC 1500 from 1969. This has been worked on and breathed on and puffed out a little bit.
Yeah, the cavalcade of modified GM pickup trucks ain't over yet. How about 525 horsepower sitting there on your flat screen at home? That's an LS3, all built up. Cold air intake, transmissions of 4L60E, 4-speed, electronic overdrive, custom dove gray interior, vintage air, leather wrapped steering wheel, ooh, coochie. And the color, what can you say? Just an eye-scorching. It looks like a candy. I don't think it's candy apple. It looks like it could be, but I don't think it is candy apple blue. But that's a solid. I don't believe that's a metallic blue, but it works.
You know what? No bed liner, no wood deck in the rear. That blue carries all the way through it. Yeah. I love it.
I think got some nice pearl in it. I just gave it a good eyeball.
Okay.
It's a great paint job.
Raceline wheels, 20 inches.
Okay, the reserve comes off at 72. That'll put it in our top 4 or 5. There you go.
Might have to have a subcategory of top truck sellers of the day, because they're all poking their heads up into the high numbers.
That's actually a great idea. And right now there are 4 Chevrolets in that category. So we'll keep our eye on that, Chris Jacobs. Good idea. We knew you were here for a reason, right?
That and to be the subject of Bill's abuse.
Yes,
Those are my dual purposes.
I love you despite your abnormalities.
Hey, let's take a moment and remind you about some products from 303 that can help keep your pickup truck or your car, whatever you might have, looking absolutely spectacular. 303 products will take care of your car, protecting it from nature's harshest elements, keep them looking fabulous. A full line of products is available at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. How good are their products? Every single vehicle that crosses our block gets a 303 treatment before it comes under the lights. Next up is a 1936 Ford Wrecker, which is kind of an oddity for us, but man, oh man, is this well done.
How much effort do you think went into this restoration? Look at the finish work on this little 36 Ford tow truck. Flathead V8. They've had a Stromberg 97 carburetor put on there, 4-speed manual transmission. And yeah, a very lengthy restoration. Bring that truck all the way back.
Manual crank.
Oh, really?
Toe, too. That's, yeah, that takes some arm strength there to
got that right.
Wreck those cars.
Okay, 43 was the hammer price. And terrific looking 1967 Mustang GTA Fastback in Wimbledon white for us.
Big money restoration done to Concours standards. Only 27 miles since that restoration was completed in 2017. It's the S code, 390, 320 horsepower, automatic transmission. They went the extra mile on everything to get as many correct Ford parts into this restoration. Traction lock rear end, that's Ford's version of positive traction with 3 00-to-1 gears, power steering and brakes with front discs, factory air, all rebuilt during the restoration. Oh, 6-time Mustang Club of America Gold Award winner.
Wow, that paint job, oh my, as it rolled by us, flawless, just perfection.
Style steel wheels, narrow white wall tires. It's the GTA GT automatic Wimbledon white, that almost legendary color from Ford. In fact, it is used on so many Ford products over the years.
Yep.
And it is going to sell. The reserve is off.
Reserve came off in the 70s, and it just sold here for $82,000.
I knew the money would be heavy on the Mustang.
I'm going to say well bought for that level of restoration for that. You certainly can't do it for that money.
From the Mustang, we go to a 1982 Corvette. And Bill, I'm looking at the windshield and I see 12,000 miles on the clock.
Yeah, that is what the consignor claims. And take a look at that car, and I'm not going to dispute it. This car looks like it's hardly been driven at all. Highly original. Remember now, this is the swan song for the C3, 1982. That was the end of the road. Matching numbers, 350 cube, 200 horsepower V8 with the automatic, which was the only transmission available in 1982. Power steering and brakes. And these cars really didn't have a long list of options. Mostly everything you wanted came standard. AM/FM stereo with cassette, tilt telescopic steering column, power windows, locks, mirrors, and seat with the mirrored glass tops as well. And the blue accents on that white paint job.
Yeah, and those blue to gray accent along the door there. It actually morays as it goes by.
Yeah.
You know, very cool effect as it passes you by, the color changes.
Kind of like that, the Ford version of that laser stripe that they use. Pretty much the same philosophy there.
All right, that couple right there just bought that Corvette, 1982, for $23,000. More coming up in a moment. Welcome back to Dickey's Arena of Fort Worth, Texas. Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Danielle Trotta. Rutledge will be back with us tomorrow, never fear. Here's a 78 Corvette, a silver anniversary edition, Bill Stevens. The reserve comes off at $16,000.
Oh, I like 78 Corvettes. I had a couple of them, actually. Didn't have the silver anniversary livery, no, but just, you know, not hot rods. I mean, not scary muscle Corvettes like, you know, 10, 15 years earlier, but still just fun to drive, especially with a 4-speed and the L82.
And you know what? $16,000 not going to hurt many people at all, and you get into the Corvette world at that price.
Good point, and you'll get 10 times the enjoyment than that selling price, trust me.
No doubt about that. Hey, it's Corvette o'clock, I think, on this Friday. Happy Halloween. $19,000, the current bid on this 77 Vet.
1977. That was the year the General Motors Chevrolet division Corvette produced their 500,000th Corvette. This one has the 350 L48 base engine, 180 horsepower with a 4-speed, which, as we've talked about any number of times, by the tail end of the C3 generation, 4 speeds are kind of being phased out year by year. And this one is not going to sell, coming, I would say, close, but not close enough to the reserve, 19,000 high bid.
Okay, right behind it is another one from 1977. Shade over 6,000 miles on this particular Corvette.
Yeah, these Corvettes that are rolling through, a bunch of them have extremely low mileage. I mean, a Corvette from 1977 that doesn't even have 7,000 miles. You know, this car has not had the life driven right out of it. This has got that base L48 350 with 180 horse as well, but this one with an automatic. And the same ingredients that we just saw, power steering and brakes, factory air, and the Delco AM/FM radio. Tilt telescopic steering column as well, and leather on the inside.
Close the bid. The bid goes.
And we can't sell that this time.
Right. And this is a T-top model, too.
Yeah, the C3 generation, pretty much, except if it was a convertible, you get those T-tops, and kind of made convertibles obsolete for a while because they discontinued the convertible in 1975, I believe.
Low mileage Corvettes continue to roll here, and this one from 1974 fits the bill.
Yep, I had a couple of 74s as well. So I know a little bit about these cars. And again, not neck-snapping road rockets by any stretch, but this particular generation of Corvette, which began with those cars, the 68, the 69s, had the big blocks. Of course, we saw the L88 back then as well. But nope, by the 1970s, you know, Corvette buyers were looking for more than just horsepower, comfort, reliability, drivability, and of course that style. This one has the 195 horsepower 350 in it, a little more horsepower than the later ones that we just saw, and it sells 17,000.
Yep, that was the base, 17K for that one. And a 1978 Pace Car edition Corvette. We'll follow that one up.
And this one will be trading at a premium because of the mileage. 534 miles on the odometer. We see these come through. The livery, of course, a very distinctive feature of these Pace cars, but super low mileage cars will definitely take you much higher than a car that's been driven a lot more. L82, that's the optional 350 with 220 horse and an automatic transmission. You get a 4-speed as well.
As far as pace car popularity goes, this version has to be neck and neck with the 69 Camaro pace car version.
Yeah, this was a very appealing paint job. Some of the pace car paint jobs, to be honest with you, were a little jarring.
A little wild.
Yeah, a little bit over the top.
Yes.
But this one, the silver and the black, you know, with the red lettering and everything and the red pinstripes, that holds together pretty well.
And Scott, the Indy 500 champion in 1978 was?
Al Unser.
That's a no-brainer.
Which one of that?
That was his third. He won in 70 and 71, 1978, and then again in 87. Yeah, what a legend. 34,000 the bid goes on that pace car. Here's one from 1969 now, kind of a early C3 vet here, second model year of that generation.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, how as the C3 generation got started, there was plenty of horsepower from both small blocks and big blocks. This is the 350 horse L46 engine with a 4-speed. And some power options, steering and windows. Rear window is removable, and that came to an end a few years later. T-tops, of course. This one with a luggage rack.
Second year of the redesigned C3 and the first year of the return of the Stingray nameplate, this time as one word, as previous Stingray, 2 words in the C2 generation.
Right, and a much improved car too. 68 had its quality control issues, but 1969, they got to work and undid a lot of the problems that 68 brought.
You know, it's funny, we harp on that 68 a lot, the growing pains and everything, but you know, in all honesty, the Corvette was not alone. I mean, you look down the entire list of automotive manufacturers, those first-year cars sometimes have their quirks, no matter what you're talking about.
Still happens to this day.
Yes, absolutely.
You got a litmus test it on the public, and they respond, give their feedback, and Corvette, to their credit, made a lot of changes in the 69 that improved on those drawbacks of the 68.
Sure did. All right, moving on to a 62 old Starfire.
Hey, this was a powerhouse back in 1962. You try to name how many cars in 1962 that came to the market with a big 394 cubic inch V8 with 345 horsepower. This was a runner with that silky smooth automatic transmission. Outstanding styling. Look at the flamboyant way that this car is trimmed out with the black and the silver stripe down the side with the chrome moldings and all that extra visual entertainment. What a car.
And the high bid for the Starfire, $20,000.
Welcome back to day 2 in Fort Worth. If you want to take the kiddos trick-or-treating in style tonight, perhaps you'll roll up in this 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom, a stunning gray metallic exterior, gray interior as well. And as Phantoms go, guys, all of the bells and whistles. You've got these rear suicide doors and the fun Rolls-Royce feature always right there. The back seat, you're ready for a rainy day. I love that. Just behind me, you'll see the 21-inch alloy wheels. The power's there as well, 6.75-liter V12 engine. And our great engineer, Chad, said, Danielle, this car looks beefy. What does it weigh? We can tell you that it's 5,577 pounds. So yes, Chad, beefy indeed. It's also got the horsepower. The odometer reads 42,286 miles. And Jay, come on around here. My great photog's going to show off my favorite feature, perhaps, of the car. You go through the fast food drive-through line, get a little cheeseburger and fries. You don't have to get it all over yourself on your lap. You got these little rear picnic tables to enjoy your food in absolute luxury here. How do you like it, Scott? It's coming your way, crossing the block very soon.
I like it a lot, but when you start to move, make sure your tray table is in the upright and locked position, Danielle.
Yes,
Trotta.
sir. Yes, sir. It is put away and stowed. Good note.
Oh, man. That is super cool. Thank you, DT. And you got a brief glimpse of Jay Del Rosario there in the chrome on the rear end of that Rolls Royce.
Oh, what a car. I'll tell you, it takes 2 people to lift the payment book.
Wow. There you go. All right, back on the block now. A 2008 International MXT. Big truck, no reserve, big money too, 75 grand, and that's where it hammers.
Big muscle man here, 300 horse, 6-liter turbo diesel with an Allison automatic and all-wheel drive. Look out, here I come.
All right, here is the 2001 Predator Custom that we've already gotten a glimpse of, courtesy of Chris. It is rolling into place. Tell you what, it's got the look, man, doesn't it?
It does, and you know, from a distance, it looks like it has the build quality as well. Looks like the cut lines are all uniform, and you know, there's nothing about it. When you look at it, it tells you this was a rush job. Put some real time into this. No expense spared build. is how they describe it. That chassis underneath probably costs more than the rest of the build. That's a Lola racing chassis underneath. And that Countach style body, 5.7 liter LS1. It's 350 horsepower worth. 5-speed transaxle from ZF, very well-known European transmission and transaxle manufacturer. It's got AC, power steering and brakes. And of course, those flyaway doors.
That Lola racing chassis underneath, man, you don't find that in the bargain bin at the parts store.
I don't think we've ever had one.
Wow.
Yeah, I know.
Would love to know the history of that chassis.
Absolutely.
If it has any provenance on the racetrack. I'll tell you one thing about this project. They certainly nailed the rear end. I mean, walking up on this car from the rear, that fooled a lot of people, I'm sure. Until you kind of get around to the side and the front, you realize that it's not the real deal Countach. But that rear end right there, pretty spot on.
Yeah, I don't want to open a can of worms, but I wonder if they got permission from Lamborghini to brand that car. We remember all the trouble that the Ferrari replica companies had a while back, but there it is, Lamborghini Countach right on that tail section.
All right, I think 55 was the price on that Predator. And so we'll move to a 2005 Mustang MRT convertible, and I'm going to give this a nomination for the Paint Hall of Fame in the car category.
Oh, that would be a consensus first ballot pick. You are right. Mustang Racing Technologies gets credit for this build. 2005 SEMA show is where it won a special recognition award for outstanding achievement in design. I mean, in the immortal words of Ralph Cramden, homina, homina, homina. Oh, man. It's got a V6 in it, so it's not overpowered, except when you consider it's got 25 turbos that are blowing through there. There's like the devil's own blender, the way that thing is going to spool up. 5-speed manual transmission and MRT. They created a lot of the parts and pieces themselves, the struts, the rear spoiler, and on and on and on. Big money build, but look at where the money is. I'll tell you, that is such a fraction. I mean, that wouldn't even pay for one door to be painted.
And a big chunk of that current price might be going to those Foose wheels. That are all four corners there too.
Not inexpensive. SSBC disc brakes, we talk about those. Very popular now with builders. Great finish on those.
Hey, Chip hit a home run with those wheels, Chris. Kind of a minimalist thing, but gives you a really good view of what's behind it.
Yeah, absolutely, and Chip loves that, and he loves to hide the valve stem. You know, a little difficult to put air in, but the look is certainly Foose-esque.
5-spoke design, you know, all the wheel companies will give you a variety of that particular style because you're right. It gives you a good look at the brake hardware. You know, if you got drilled and slotted rotors, you want to show those off as well. That's the way to do it.
And Chip actually had to deal with Bear brakes that were signature Foose calipers that looked very cool behind his wheels.
Yeah. Willwood, Bear, you know, just saw the SSBC stuff. All pretty parts and pieces.
$24,500.
I'm going to call that the bargain of the day.
Maybe, right.
Wow.
All right, 1971 Jimmy is up next. Boy, a beautiful truck here as well.
Yeah, there's no end to them, Scott. One after the other, comprehensive frame off restoration. You saw the 350, the 170 horsepower version. It came in the 71 Jimmy with a 5-speed manual transmission. Like to see that. Every now and then we'll get one of those 3-pedal manual transmissions with a 2-speed transfer case. Got some documentation that goes along with it too, by the way. Protect the plate and the owner's manual, service manuals as well. A couple of sets of keys.
52, 55, 52, 55.
You know, this is the GMC version of the K5 we talked about earlier. It's on high on a lot of collectors' wish lists right now. Either get them original or get the ones that are modified. People are loving them.
And why not when they look like this?
This one is very well presented. Copper color with the white top.
56 down, 58 down, 58 pounds and on bid. 58 pounds and $6, 800.
57.
Anybody else? 58 pounds and $8, 58 pounds and $8.
Hey,
Next we're close bid. 56 pounds and $65 pounds.
Okay, 56 is where we will leave that one. The opposite number, one of them in this time period, of course, was the Ford Bronco. We have the 1972 Bronco. Right behind that, Jimmy.
Yeah, this was still a Gen 1 Bronco before it grew up a few years later. And this one right here has had so much work done during its restoration. Owned by a single family since new, and boy, they overloved this Bronco with all of the things they did to maintain the appearance that you're looking at right now. Ford Swiss Aqua, green, white, color combination, black and gray inside. They added vintage air conditioning. A lot of original parts and pieces were retained. In terms of the powertrain and the engine, they went right through it, soup to nuts. 2.5-inch suspension lift on it, 1-inch body lift as well. That is riding high. Sound system, premium all the way. BF Goodrich all-terrain tires wrapped around those 17-inch crystal wheels.
At 45.
47 pounds and out of it. 45 pounds.
And I don't think it's going to sell where we are, or is it?
45 pounds.
The reserve is off.
Wow, another bargain. I don't know if that's a bigger bargain than that Mustang we just saw.
Right.
47 pounds on. Now 50 on the Bronco.
We talked about how this has been owned by a single family, guys. A father passed it on to his son, and then the one son sold it to his other brother. The daughter of the owner also learned how to drive a manual in this truck. So a lot of family history. It's been all around the country, too.
Good thinking, family. Teach your kids how to drive a manual transmission.
Yeah, free on the tree.
47,000. Beautiful truck. Okay, 2008 F250 Super Duty Lariat.
Yeah, another big boy here. That's a Super Duty. 6.7 liter power stroke turbo diesel with a 6-speed automatic transmission. There you see underneath. That, boy, that fills the engine compartment, doesn't it, huh? Leather interior. That's what that looks like. Power windows and locks and AC. Tinted glass and cruise. Sliding rear window. See it right there. And once again, this is a truck that's stickered in the high rent district when it was new. Super Duty 250. And you can see right now, very affordable for anybody that's looking for a real monster truck.
My goodness, look at that.
Yeah.
22, that's it. And you can ring that up, put it in the sold column. All right, let's move on and have a look at an absolute barn burner here. A 1966 Chevy 2 Nova. Some folks feel like this may be one of their top model years, 66 and 7. But it's got that L79 power plant, which is just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, it is, and it's very rare, too. It's understood by a lot of people that maybe 4% of those 66 Novas had the L79. That's the 327. With 350 horsepower. At the time, that was the most powerful hydraulic lifter, 327, that Chevrolet was building. It is legendary. And that's a real super sport, too. The VIN starts with 118. There's your proof. Muncie 4-speed, 12-bolt rear end. And that paint, that's Chateau Slate, the color. Again, that is rare. Rarity all over this car. Engine, paint, red line, bias ply tires. Mounted on those correct rally wheels.
60 pounds.
All right. 60 grand. Buys that Chevy 2 Nova. We're going to take a break here. More still to come. You can see the cars rolling toward the middle of the block.
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I was lucky enough to be in Tennessee to see the Bachmann Ferrari collection in person, and wow, is all I can say. One of the most impressive Ferrari collections in the world, and these two cars right here are a couple of the featured vehicles. This first one is a 2015 Ferrari LaFerrari. Only 299 of these were produced, and only 9 left the factory with this giallo yellow color. It's the official color of Modena, which of course is where Ferrari is based. So this is one of them, but then check out this 2017 LaFerrari Aperta. Aperta, of course, is Italian for open, which talks about the roadster-esque section here of carbon fiber that comes off of the car and opens up the cockpit. Only 9 of these left the factory in yellow as well. And this one is to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Ferrari. And this particular one that was owned by Phil Bachmann was the last Aperta produced. So 2 very, very special cars indeed. They will be crossing the block in Kissimmee in January 2026. And if you can't be there in person to see them, please tune in to join us as a collection of 48 cars, 46 Ferraris and 2 Alfa Romeos cross the block, all part of the Bachmann Ferrari collection. Wow, what a life and legacy that Phil and Martha Bachmann left behind. Scott, back to you.
Chris, I could go there and hang out with those 2 twins, almost twins, all day long. Thank you very much. More to come this weekend and certainly in Vegas and Kansas City as we lead up to what is going to really turn out to be a Ferrari festival when you couple that collection with the 250 GTO, the Bianco Speciale, which is in a different atmosphere altogether.
Yeah, it's one of those events where everybody that's ever owned a Ferrari or wanted one is going to be there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There will be a lot of red in the stands and yellow as well.
Oh, boy.
Okay, 1970 Monte Carlo. We get back to the business at hand here, brother Bill. 34 grand. What say you about this car?
You know, I love the Monte Carlo. I used to have one in 1970. But the thing about this car that I think is fascinating, John Z. DeLorean, this was his brainchild, the personal luxury car. But he was a big fan of European cars and European racing. He named the GTO, okay? He named the Grand Prix, and here we go with the Chevy Monte Carlo. So
he was on a roll.
He knew every angle. This one with a 402, a 350 horse, and a turbo hydromatic, and in the care of the original family until 4 years ago. Beautiful car.
36 pounds, 37, 36 pounds, anybody else? 37 pounds, 38 pounds.
And we move on to 1966, another one. Chevy 2 Nova. This is a super sport this time.
Yes, it is. Again, the 118 VIN tells us that it is a true super sport. This is a period correct 327. It's had the L79 kit added, so I'm assuming it's that hydraulic camshaft and the induction system as well. Muncie 4-speed transmission. Competition red with a white interior.
Hammer that one at 45 grand.
Boy,
no
made
reserve.
fast work of that one.
Yes, they did. All right, we're coming up on the Jack Shoemaker collection. We do have a few cars before the collection begins, however, and one is a 1978 Bronco Custom here. What's lurking in that power plant room, Bill?
Yeah, 351 underneath there.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, beautifully finished and detailed. Yep, a lot of work there. We like that. Yeah, and the Bronco is an adult now. It's grown up. by 1978. Automatic transmission and four-wheel drive. Hardtop is removable. And the wild graphics all over the side. All-terrain tires are wrapped around those alloy wheels. You get a deluxe Marty report, too, with this Bronco. We talk about Kevin Marty and all the great work he does to authenticate and document Ford vehicles from various time periods and generations. And this truck has one.
And it hammers for $36,000.
Nice guy.
Here is a newer version of the Bronco. Kind of a southwestern paint scheme. It looks like it's an Outer Banks edition.
Yeah, one of the numerous special edition Broncos that have come along ever since they reintroduced the Bronco. And we've seen probably just about every one of them here at Mecum at one time or another.
They are hard to keep straight, aren't they?
They are, so many. Yeah, a pretty routine, if I can use that word, powertrain, the 2.3-liter Ecotec inline 4 with a 10-speed automatic and four-wheel drive. It's got the Sasquatch package again. So this one's loaded, including a leather interior and the 12-inch touchscreen. Got the 360-degree camera, the adaptive cruise control. So a lot of option boxes were checked off when this one was ordered.
Close bid at $35,000.
$35,000 is going to be the high bid. Here's a 2004 Rolls-Royce. I think this is the one that Danielle was hanging around in.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. V12 power, almost 7 full liters of Rolls-Royce power there. Automatic transmission and just about every conceivable option, as Danielle pointed out to us. I mean, it's almost superfluous to try to go through all of the standard and optional features that these rollers have.
Bill, what did you make of the weight of this car? 5,577 pounds. Can you put that in perspective?
You know what? That is one of the calling cards for the Rolls-Royce, because a heavy curb weight like that turns into stability and roadability and isolation, smoothness. You really literally are in a world of your own when you're riding in one of these cars. So yeah, actually there is some practicality to that heavyweight.
And you could even add sound deadening possibilities. I mean, the quietness of the ride is legendary.
That's what they're all about.
Now forward, now 5, down 65, 65, 66, $66,000. Give 5, 6, negative 65. Say reserve is off. Negative 66, down to the bed. Give 65, negative $6,000 bed. Down. Good about that. 66, 67.
That phantom trim level goes all the way back to the earliest days of the Rolls-Royce.
66,
and to this day,
67.
Have used that phantom nomenclature for their most popular models.
Okay, we're going to take a break. That car hammers at $66,000. When we come back, we will kick off the Jack Shoemaker collection. 24 vehicles spanning the 1910s through the 1960s. Nearly 20 of them are pickup trucks, all in no reserve.
Welcome back to Mecum Fort Worth. We are about to roll out a very special collection, the Jack Shoemaker collection, and I'm here with Jack's son Dan. And a lot of vintage trucks are about to roll out. They were prized possessions of your father's. Dan, can you tell us what the viewers at home are about to see?
Well, my father started collecting cars about 1994 with one that he just wanted to have, and he was collecting mainstream America vehicles. And it started with a 56 Crown Victoria, but it grew to almost 200 cars over his lifetime. And I helped curate a lot of that with him because I worked with my father. And in that process, pickup trucks became a focus because we were in rural Midwest America, and both my grandparents had farms. And so that was what he really resonated with, was pickup trucks. And these pickup trucks that are going through are some of the things that he remembers from his childhood and had memories about. And we got to the point where we just wanted to share some of them with and present them as a group, and hopefully get people interested in being part of the Jack Shoemaker collection.
The first truck is on the block right now. I'm anxious to get a look at the 1919 Ford Model TT, Dan. Is there a favorite amongst the collection for you and your family?
I think my favorite is the brothers trucks. We had 237 Fords, and they're coming right up, right here. They're this one and that one. And two brothers bought them on the same day from the same dealer and kept them their entire lives. And by chance, we ended up having an opportunity to purchase both of them. And we kept them in our collection since that time. And I'm hoping that somebody wants to buy them both and keep them together, because that was pretty special.
Special part of the history. And 60 cars your family is bringing to Kissimmee, is that right?
That's correct. So there'll be, beyond the trucks, there'll be the mainstream America cars, and we got 60 of those going to Kissimmee.
We look forward to that, Dan. Right now, Scott, 24 are part of this Shoemaker collection.
Well, and this one, Danielle, is bidding at $13,000 and now $14,000.
A little bit of history here. The Model TT, that was a one-ton truck. That's based on the Model T automobile. So it has automobile DNA in it, the 177 cubic inch four-cylinder with 20 horsepower, and that old two-speed planetary transmission, which takes a lot of practice to shift properly, let me tell you. But again, these are all historically significant trucks in the Shoemaker collection. This one just sold for $18,000.
So truck number one from the Jack Shoemaker collection is in the books. And yes, those 37 Fords are coming up here in a couple of minutes. First of all, wow, 1925 Dodge pickup is next. Very seldom seen on our auction block.
1925, this was a state-of-the-art truck. You'll notice that very little attention is paid to weatherproofing the cockpit. You know, in the wintertime or when it was raining, whatever, you had to be a pretty stout human being to drive one of these. There you see the 212 cubic inch four-cylinder with 35 horsepower. And this is considered a 3/4 ton pickup. Beautifully preserved and restored. And I'll tell you something, I spent the day there at the Shoemaker collection and had a chance to go to dinner with Dan Shoemaker, and I will tell you, he sounds like a very nice, sedate, conservative gentleman. Probably one of the most preeminent fighter pilots in U.S. history.
Really?
Flew them all, was a teacher, taught other pilots how to fly them.
Oh, man.
And he can tell you all about that aircraft that he used to fly, state-of-the-art aircraft that just gave me goosebumps to hear him talk.
Yeah. You know who would have loved to be in on that conversation? The professor.
The professor. JK, he would have eaten it right up.
That was right up his alley, man. All right, $29,000 for the Dodge pickup, and right behind it is a Chevy Series AA Capital Utility Express.
Yep, all those things. Inline four-cylinder like the other trucks we've seen, 171 cubic inches, with more of a conventional three-speed manual transmission now, as trucks were evolving throughout the 20s and into the 30s. And you see the wooden spoke wheels, something you see a lot of back from that time period, floor-mounted shifter. And you're going to notice these trucks, the condition that they're in, good shot of the engine there. You're not going to find squirrel nests or mice or nothing, and no animal incursions on these vehicles, despite the fact that they've had them in their possession, the Shoemakers, for so long. Well maintained and detailed, really fantastic.
That's cool. 19,000 buys it. 1936 Chevy Model FB Master.
Yeah, now this is the truck that's part of the pair that Dan told us about when the brothers purchased two trucks. What are the odds? The same day, same dealer. Half-ton pickup inline six with a three-speed manual transmission. And we have heard the story. Of course, there's a great synopsis of these trucks on Mecum TV. And on our YouTube channel, as we've previewed our Shoemaker collection pretty extensively now before today.
20 grand, no reserve.
Yeah, that'll crank out windshields for extra ventilation back in the 30s.
22 pounds and on a bit. 1, 2, 22 cheers.
All of these at no reserve, by the way.
Anybody else? Last call. 22,000. So 21 pounds and $1. So 21 pounds and $1.
And 21
Up next is lot
will
F122.
be sufficient
Now there's an interesting story between
for
lot
that 36
F122 and F123. We're going to be selling these separate, but
and now the two brothers trucks, I guess we could call them that. The two 1937 pickups.
Right.
We'll start with the black one.
So
yeah, this is a year newer than the one we just saw. This was restored about actually 25 years ago, but it is held up beautifully. 221 cubic inch flathead, 85 horsepower, artillery style wheels with V8 hubcaps, that black outside and inside. There you see the flatty. Got the side mounted spare over there on the driver, on the side there, passenger side, next to the bed. And just very fastidiously restored. Quick word now about Jack Shoemaker. Now, I don't know if we've covered this, but Jack Shoemaker, Bentonville, Arkansas, was the home of Sam Walton.
Right.
And Jack Shoemaker was one of the building blocks of the Walmart empire. He was the chief operating officer and president for Walmart for a while. And so, yeah, anytime you read the story of Sam Walton and his success as a retailer, you'll see Jack Shoemaker's name right next to it.
Yep, it takes a village to build an empire like that, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, 27,000. And they are still working on the first of the two. As Chris pointed out, I think virtually identical, except for the obviously the exterior color and the bed treatment on the two trucks.
Yeah, right. Other than that, they really are carbon copies.
Sell it, Dad.
Well, put that one in the books at $30,000. And here in Fort Worth, it is just after 1 o'clock, just after 2 out on the East Coast, and we welcome you to our coverage for yet another hour here on ESPN Plus. There's the gang. We'll have Rutledge Wood back with us tomorrow. He's at senior night with his daughter Elsie in Atlanta tonight, so congratulations to everybody there. But we're going to continue here with the Jack Shoemaker collection, the second of the pair of the what we're kind of loosely referring to as the brothers trucks. Flathead power there, Bill Stevens, and we go with this one.
You may have noticed the Super Start battery. That is not a 1937 piece by any stretch. That has been replaced. Other than that, a lot of originality. And a lot of effort going into the restoration, giving this truck show-winning appearance. Wide white walls, those original wheels. By the way, mechanically, all these vehicles in the Shoemaker collection, they are road ready. They get driven fairly regularly, they get exercised, and that helps to preserve their mechanical solidarity.
Oh, and they get doted on too.
That too.
Wow, well cared for. 28 for this one. We'll have a 1947 Hudson coming up. Also a Mercury pickup from 1948 is part of this group. Internet has the high bid here at $28,000.
Yep, now the previous one hammered at 30. So I don't know what the difference would be in the bidding other than the color, maybe.
Yeah.
Black may have been a little bit more desirable.
Hard to argue with resale red, though.
Yeah, no.
That's a very popular. It looks like it's getting ready to go to a shoot for a Christmas card,
yes.
right?
Wow, good call on that.
All right, so we'll check out a 1938 Dodge.
Yeah, Dodge, that was in the running in the pickup truck race back in the 1930s. 218 cubic inch flathead, inline 6 with a 3-speed manual. They call this the 4-point series pickup, and this was the final year for that particular series of pickup. Boy, by today's standards, pretty primitive. You know, we talk about all the creature comforts that we have in new pickups these days and how car-like they are. Back in the 1930s, very slowly now, the pickup trucks were beginning to adopt some of the things we saw in the automobiles, but it really hadn't taken off just yet.
They're very utilitarian back in the day. No semblance of luxury or,
nope.
You know, they're gonna haul something and have, you know, your golden retriever or lassie or whatever in the seat beside you, right?
Yeah. A lot of those trucks did not have heaters or defrosters.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we'll move from the Dodge now to a 1939 American Bantam pickup. Little kind of a mini pickup here.
Yeah, a little history here. This truck was designed by Alexis D. Sevnovsky, and Bantam was one of those independent automobile builders that came that close to getting the contract to build Jeeps for World War II.
Yeah,
there were several companies in the running. Bantam was one of them. They did not get the deal. This one has a welded steel body. It's pretty rugged. And a 46 cubic inch, 20 horsepower inline 4. That's pretty snug inside of there. Not a lot of extra room. Synchromesh 3-speed manual transmission. And worm and ball steering, which was actually kind of state-of-the-art back in the late 1930s when a lot of the steering gear was pretty manual. It was just kind of like a shaft and a lever. You know, articulated the front wheels.
You know, I love you, Bill. We've been working together for 16 years, but I'm not sure how well you and I would do side by side in that cab. Huh?
Oh, we get to know more about each other than we'd want.
28 grand at no reserve.
Of course, Bantam made automobiles too, along with the pickup truck. Made little delivery trucks as well. And this may be the only time we'll ever see a Bantam pickup truck on the Mecum auction block, my guess.
You know, we had one of these, I think, did we not, at the Claremont Museum collection.
Was it a pickup?
I thought it was. I can't remember now.
Let's get our best people.
I know. But I distinctly, I think it might have been because I remember that logo.
Okay.
On the rear. So, regardless, $30,000 buys this 1939 American Bantam pickup truck. Here's a beautiful 1939 half-ton from Chevy. I always love this color combination. Blue, black fenders, black running boards. Oh, man, this is fantastic.
Yeah, this has the Thrift Master inline 6 with 85 horsepower. 3-speed Synchromesh manual transmission. Synchromesh transmissions were not widespread back in the 1940s, and this truck has it. Coil spring independent front suspension with knee action and hydraulic brakes. Saw the interior, that's broadcloth. Very durable materials for the inside of the truck as well, because tradesmen, farmers, retailers, and anybody that needed to carry anything, this is what they used. These old half-ton pickup trucks.
And another great
All right, that'll go for $25,000. We're not quite halfway through yet. We need to take a break. Much more still to come with this Jack Shoemaker collection from Fort Worth. We're back at Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, part of Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth 2025. You know, NPD, National Parts Depot, is the largest restoration parts supplier in the industry, and we are thrilled that they are part of our telecasts and our program as one of our major sponsors. And right now it's time for today's NPD preview with Chris Jacobs.
Yeah, Scott, well, a lot of the C10 trucks are taking top spots in the sales, but this 69 Mustang might crack the code as well. Beautifully restored. Getting a look at the 351 under the hood right now, backed up by an automatic transmission done beautifully in candy apple red. The blacked out hood, black interior. You got the louvers on the rear window, spoiler on the deck lid, the Magnum 500s, and everything on this car is absolutely showroom perfect. In fact, the Marty report is giving glowing reviews of this car, and you know what? It's appropriate this car is here now because it's got its 57th birthday coming up. The Marty report, which a copy of is in the windshield right here, indicates that this car was produced on November 4th, 1968. Now, Bill Stevens, if someone has a Mustang that they're working on, who can they turn to for parts and guidance?
Well, I say this should be on your bestseller list, the NPD catalog specifically for Mustangs. All the help you'll need when you're looking for something to finish your project.
There you go, nationalpartsdepot.com. Give them a look. It's well worth it. Let's continue now with the Jack Shoemaker collection. As we mentioned, 24 vehicles, not all of them pickup trucks. In fact, here is a 1947 Fraser Manhattan selling at no reserve, part of this collection.
Well, yes. If you're familiar with Howard Dutch Darren, we've had a couple of those cars here, the Darren sports cars. Well, this is the full-size Fraser Manhattan sedan from 1947. These cars, once again, back in the day, were considered to be fairly luxurious. 226 cubic inch supersonic 6-inline 6-cylinder engine, and has a lot of extras here for a 1947 car. We're talking about full carpeting and a rear seat armrest, which was not standard fare in a lot of the cars back then. It's got a heater in it and a signal scanning radio as well.
Wow.
Yeah, it's puffed out.
That's brownie, tanny brownie,
It is. Yes. Yeah, that's a classic package all the way, both in the way that it's painted, the color scheme, and the equipment. And excellent condition as well. And
look at that.
Not expensive.
And you get a super cool car for $9 grand. You nailed it, man. All right, here is the 1947 Hudson half-ton pickup truck that we promised you. On the block now.
Boy, talk about forgotten vehicles. Yeah, Hudson made a half-ton pickup back in 1947. This was the last year that Hudson produced a pickup truck with that 212 cubic engine line 6 and a 3-speed manual transmission. It's got independent front suspension. And it's a very simple but very durable vehicle. These Hudsons were well built, even the automobiles. They're pretty rugged. Yeah, somebody's getting a close look at this. Yeah, from the firewall back is truck, but from the firewall forward, that's automotive. That could be the nose off of a Hudson automobile.
I don't know if that's, I'm going to say it's not a factory color. It's been resprayed for sure.
Yeah, I think
boy,
it's too pretty to be.
I know, I was going to say that. It looks fantastic. It looks so good it can't be original, right?
Yeah, right.
24,000. Man, nobody in your neighborhood's going to have one of those.
Yep, that'll go down the street and people will say, what did I just see?
Here's another kind of a rare bird, post World War II Mercury.
Yep.
M47.
Yeah, with the Mercury flathead, the 239 cubic inch flathead, 3-speed manual. And of course, it has all of the appearance of a Ford, but it's a Merc, the M47. Great preparation, restoration, and presentation. Let's see where the bidding goes. It won't go to the moon, we know that. Market on these vehicles pretty much stays in the same range. Even the beautiful ones like this.
You know, I think we need to get that Fraser Manhattan out here and the brownie, tanny brownie and compare with this Mercury pickup, huh?
They probably, yeah, look like twins at birth.
Sold $20,000. Sold $20,000. Jared's way.
Okay, 20 grand buys the Mercury M47.
Collection of 51 Chevrolet 3100 5-window pickup.
1951 Chevy 3100 5-window pickup is now on the block as we roll on with the Jack Shoemaker collection.
Boy, have these become popular this generation of the Chevy pickup.
Yes, sir.
Both modified and original. This is that period that Chevy was building the advanced design pickup trucks, bringing a lot of refinement into these pickup trucks and more of the automotive influence finding their way into these pickups. 6-cylinder, straight 6, 3-speed, manual transmission, all restored. Even the pickup bed, we'll probably get a good look at that in just a second here as we tilt up from the wheels. Yeah.
Ooh, that's sharp.
That's all finished. Very nice. Even the rub strips are color matched.
Looks like those wood panels were sourced from a basketball court.
Yeah, they do.
30 like a better. $30,000, 30 bid, 30
Yeah, or a bowling alley.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah. Looking good.
3 down, 32, 3 here, 4. And 4 down, get a bit of a 4, down 5, down 5, down 5, down, get a bit of a 35 pound, and 34 upstairs, 35, 5, down 5, 600 bid, 36.
All these selling at no reserve. This one, 35,000.
Here is Ryan, 600 bid, and I'm gonna.
So that would put us among the top sellers for the trucks.
I believe,
5,
yes,
sorry,
indeed.
5, 35, hit down 5. I'm getting the same syndrome. No, you're not getting a 5. 34, 35, 34. Down, you want 35? You got 4 upstairs. 35 bid, 34 down 5, hit down 5. Yes, so 35,000 a bid. 34, 35, 34. Not getting a 5 here. Not getting a 35. Not getting a Big E ready here. 35. Here we go. $35,000. Last call. 34, 35,000. Sold 34. Sold 34.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. Hammer that one. $34,000. You know, you mentioned the Kaiser, I think the Kaiser Henry J a little while ago, didn't you?
No, actually the Kaiser Darren.
Oh, the Darren,
yes.
Right, okay.
The little 2-seater, and then of course we have the Manhattan, and here we go with another one.
Henry J, yeah, 1951.
The Henry J. Yeah, not a lot of people were thinking economy back in the early 1950s. To be honest with you, gasoline was pretty cheap. And, you know, the interstate highway system was currently under construction. So people, they wanted those big, you know, American-built highway cruisers from General Motors. So these cars kind of get lost in the backwash. But they're more popular now probably when they were then. We see a lot of these at the street rod shows. These things are really lending themselves to modifications. This one, bone stock, 161 cube flathead inline 6 with 80 horsepower and a 3-speed manual transmission. Has a radio in it and a heater. So for a 51 Kaiser Henry J, radio and heater, you might say it's fully loaded. I don't know.
Thank you. Those might be the only two options, right?
Choices you have. Yeah.
All right, 22 buys that. Here's another Dodge, 1953 half-ton.
What a lovely color. That's coral.
Oh, I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah. If that is an original color, I will absolutely guarantee you that that's the only one I've ever seen. This one with a 218 cube inline 6 and a 3-speed on the column. I believe it's on the column, I think. It might have been on 4 shift, actually. We'll take a look at that in a second. By the early 1950s, trucks and cars were beginning to move that shifter. And, yep, it's on the column. Bench seat, as you can see. And dual wipers. Now, we mentioned that because back in the day, you had a wiper for the driver a lot of times, but the passenger really didn't get a chance to see much when it was raining. So we see that on this truck having both wipers.
It's the little things, isn't it?
Yeah. Like being able to see where you're going.
Right. Boy, that is certainly an unusual color for any pickup truck, right?
I got 24.5.
Carl.
Let cinco.
This was the final year for the Pilot House B Series trucks. Went through a design change in '54. And speaking of design changes on pickup trucks, wait till we see that Dodge Swift line that's going to be coming along.
Right. So 25.5 for the Coral pickup truck. Here is a 1953 Dodge Power Wagon with the trailer.
Yeah, Dodge goes to war, the Power Wagon. 1953, of course, this is post-World War II. Flathead power from a 230 cube inline six and a 4-speed manual with a power takeoff. Little patina there on the engine and the engine compartment. Got all kinds of tools here, military tools, shovel and axe. That's mounted out back. The jerry can, the tow hooks, canopy cover. Yep, built to last. War and Peace. There you see the shovel in the back there, axe, utility trailer, and a canvas canopy cover.
Not a situation you could get yourself into that this rig wouldn't get you out of.
No. Once again, the platforms on these trucks, indestructible, powertrains, everything. Built to last forever. And they do.
Guys all out of here, 25 pound, and 4 bid down, 5 down, 4 get a minimum 5 down, 24 down, 5 hammers up and high, and 25 pound bid, 4 get a minimum 5 here, 25 pound, I have. Sold 24, sold 24,000 split.
Okay, the youngster helps Matt with the hammer there at $24,000.
Ready for the Veterans Day parade.
Yes, indeed, man. I know where you're going. From the Power Wagon to the 1953 Willis Jeep, the M38A1.
Yeah, where's Steve Matchett when you need him?
Oh, man, he would be all over this.
Oh, he could tell you everything you wanted to know about these little Jeeps. 134 cube flathead inline 4. This one's been bored, just cleaned up a little bit, 40 over, just to kind of put a nice finish on the cylinder walls. And the 3-speed manual transmission, 4-wheel drive, of course. You drop this thing into low, and this could probably climb the Matterhorn. 24-volt electrical system, plenty of spark for that little engine. They finished the restoration on this Jeep, by the way, back in 2011. They've only driven it about 100 miles since then, but that's what they do in the Shoemaker collection. They don't let everything just sit. They give them a little workout every now and then.
You know, and that's part of caretaking.
It is.
It's part of it. You got to do it.
You know,
these things don't like to just sit there and do nothing.
Worst thing you can do to any vehicle, and of course, let's throw it to Chris here.
Well, we're having a bit of a mic issue with Chris.
Mike's not hot.
Anyway, you were saying?
I was going to say, one of my fundamental beliefs, you know, because I own several cars, I can't drive them every day, but it's 20 minutes a month, basically, is the rule a lot of people follow.
Right.
That's all you need to do.
$19,000 buys that Willis. And now to the 1957 D100 Dodge Swept Side pickup.
Yep. Talk about combining automobiles and trucks. This is probably the textbook example from Mopar. This was the answer to the Chevy Cameo, and we can see why they're compared, because so much car in a little pickup truck. Hard to miss it. 350 cubic inch V8 you just saw. This has got an automatic transmission with push button controls straight out of the automobiles that Mopar was building back then. Those are real rear quarter panels you'll see after we scope out the interior from the Dodge station wagon. Boy, oh boy, that is as car-like as you can get. They did funky little things back in these little pickups back then, like the clock, the Benrus clocks integrated into the steering wheel horn ring. Who thought of that? Car bumpers, you know, and even the trim on the truck is reflective of what they were doing with the Dodge automobiles. And they are worth some money, as we see where the bidding is.
Yeah, this is the
you want to try Trey? See what happens?
Leader of the pack thus far for the Shoemaker collection at 52.
No, we already got it. 55, sir? You already got it, sir. You want to go 4? Hey! Hey! 4!
As we heard Dan Shoemaker mention, his dad was big on American automobiles and trucks.
56 is our shot.
You know, he grew up in the Midwest.
57.
And you know what? He had roots that went very deep into this country, and he was part of that whole Walmart conglomerate that has become such a major factor in the American culture.
One time, 58. One time at 58. Hey!
New bidders in. Took it right ahead. George's way this time. 59,000. Now you're both out of here. $59,000.
Still a lot of interest.
16,000 a bid.
As there should be.
Take it, 16,000 a bid. 16,000. George, you're out. 16,000 a bid. Got 4 bidders on this truck on the floor here. One of them's in. 16,000 a bid. It's Ryan's way. 16,000 a bid. Who wants it? 16,000 a bid. Who's going to be the fox? 16,000 a bid. You want 16? 16,000 a bid. 16. Coxo 1. 61,000 a bid. 61. 61,000. 1. Stay in the saddle, partner. 62. 62,000 bid. 61. 2. 2 to bid. Not going to bid of a 2. 16. 2. Down. Put not going to bid of a 2. Pound 1. 2. Hit a 1 bid. Pound 2. Not going to bid of a 62. And 61. 62,000 a bid. Not going to bid of a 62,000. 62. 62,000. George, all done. 62. They're all quitting now. 61. 62,000.
Well, I think there were three bidders ultimately, and one guy remains standing at 61,000 for that 1957 D100. We've got to take a break. More coming up, and we'll get into some rare air next with the matching numbers. 429 Cobra Jet Ram Air 1971 Ranchero. Stay tuned. Oh, big crowd outside the arena here, just in fact behind on this same level, checking out some of the cars and trucks and etc. that is here at Mecum, Dallas-Fort Worth 2025. The last of the line here in the Jack Shoemaker collection is the 1962 Ford Econoline pickup.
2 vehicles, 2 memorable vehicles from the history of Ford are based on the Falcon platform. 1, the Mustang, and 2, this, the Ford Econoline pickup. That's right. The Falcon is responsible for all of the underpinnings on these little trucks. 170 cubic inch inline 6 with 101 horsepower and column-mounted 3-speed manual transmission. Boy, they sold a lot of these. They had the pickups and they had the vans. And in fact, the bucket seats from these were the bucket seats in the 1964 Fairlane Thunderbolts. They had Econoline bucket seats to save weight. This one has the portable radio. Now, I don't know if you remember this. They would have a radio that you could remove from the dashboard and take with you in these.
I don't remember.
And they used to advertise that. I can
like
remember.
like a early boombox or something.
Well, not that extreme. But yeah, it's kind of a neat little feature they have.
That's cool.
Mark your calendars because
Well,
we're gonna have
there you
more
go.
Shoemaker collection.
Dan Shoemaker
January 6th through the 18th.
wraps up this segment of his father's collection, and we will see him again in Kissimmee in January, because there are 60 other cars in that group that will be on display and up for sale in Kissimmee, Florida. All right, let's continue with definite top seller candidate here all the way around. Bill, you previewed this for us at the beginning of our program, 1970 Superbird.
If I'm not mistaken, that Packard Hot Rod was our top seller of the day, wasn't it, at $100,000?
Well, so far it is.
Well, I'm just kind of preparing you for what might happen here, because this is a true Superbird. It's a real one, comprehensive restoration. It's got the 440 wedge. As I mentioned earlier today, it's got the 6-barrel setup that was added to it, not factory installed. It came originally with a 4-barrel, torque flight automatic, and the vitamin C paint. And of course, those outre aerodynamic features front and rear.
And Bill, I know why you picked this one as your toppest show, and I share the opinion with you that this one is done so well. It really gives you that true NASCAR flavor, the stance of the car, the wheels. As you mentioned, it's got the V-Code-esque 6-pack setup on it now, or 6-barrel, in Plymouth speak.
Right.
But it came from the factory with that U-Code 440 high performance with the 4-barrel, as you said. But it's all about the stance of this car and the raciness and the width of those meats.
And I got to tell you, those wheels, if you look closely, those look like mini lights or Panasport wheels, which you don't see on American muscle cars. That's usually found on some kind of a Euro car. And I think that is a perfect match.
145, and I think Trev Morvac just said that
Yes or no,
150 will buy it.
You bid 150, the car's yours.
Hey, we will take it!
So, $150,000.
There you go.
Mission accomplished.
That's a big number for a U-Code automatic Superbird.
Right. There it is. $150,000.
Those are the same folks that picked up that Corvette earlier, so they're adding to their collection very nicely.
Same couple.
And Bill, you correctly predicted that the Packard Super 8 would be knocked off the top of the hill.
Dropped a second.
All right, here is that rare 1971 Ranchero GT that we were talking about a little while ago.
Oh, how can you not dig this truck? Oh, have mercy. Matching numbers, 429 Cobra Jet. One of 54 built with these options. The Deluxe Marty report will prove that. 4-speed manual, the traction lock rear end with 350 gears. There you see the Cobra Jet. One step down from the Super Cobra Jet, but I'll still take this truck any day. Dark green metallic, ground up restoration. It's all been done for you.
I'll tell you what, the key here is that Deluxe Marty report. Kevin Marty takes you through everything and explains what you have and breaks down the numbers for you to indicate that, yes, indeed, this really is one of only 54 that came loaded like this.
You could make one, but you're not going to get a Deluxe Marty report with it.
No. No way. All right. What did that?
Bid goes on.
Bid goes on. Okay. Next up, 1952 Chevy pickup.
Yeah, this is a strong pickup truck here with a 383 stroker with aluminum cylinder heads. A lot of power there and nicely detailed. Open element air cleaner. You see some powder coating underneath there. Inside, yeah, we've stitched it a little bit. Looks like those are probably OEM bucket seats out of something. Maybe another GM vehicle, and can't tell you what. The bed's been refinished as well with the hardwood and the rub strips with a maroon paint job. Very simple. solid maroon.
We talked yesterday about a truck that had a French-esque appearance yesterday by virtue of its color-matched headlight trim, and this one has the same vibe going here from about 50 feet away. It looks French. Get up close to it, you just see that the headlight trim has been painted to match the body. Really cool effect without having to do a ton of metal work.
Yep, she's been lowered, got the torque thrust 2 wheels, and it's going to have a new owner.
Oh, I got you. Thank you, Ryan. I get 50. I need to get here $2,000. Anybody else on the truck off the block? Get ready, young man. I get 50, 52,000.
One more time around the room for Trev Morvac, and it hammers for 50 grand. Cutlass S, Holiday Coupe. Oh man, that guy was way up there. Almost up to the nosebleeds, but
yeah.
still able to get the bid in. That's good.
Cheap seats.
Good perspective. Who did we send up there? That's our cameraman, Eric Kohler, who climbed almost like climbing Mount Everest to get up there.
Well, Eric is a big boy. He can do it. What do we got, Scott?
72 Cutlass S Holiday Coupe.
Yeah, this would have been the basis for the 442, and this has escaped being turned into a 442 replica. 350, small block. Not a overly powerful engine, a couple hundred horsepower. With an M20 wide ratio 4-speed there.
They threw some W30 touches in there too. We can see under the front wheel wells those red inner covers. One of the hallmarks of the W30 package.
Yeah, to match the red line tires, I guess. 10-bolt rear end with posi. Factory air, power everywhere, disc brakes, steering. A lot of documentation. Owner's manual, consumer's information manual, emission control guide. Those are all the things that come with a car when it's delivered brand new.
By the way, I got to make a correction on the cameraman that climbed Mount Everest. It wasn't Eric Kohler, who could have done it.
Yeah.
He was so far away, I couldn't even see him. That was one of our guys, Nathan Pritz, who made the trek upstairs for that camera shot.
All right, Nate.
Little touches that I always love, the dealer badge back here on the deck lid of this Cutlass. Jack Schmidt, Columbus, Ohio, I presume.
51 grand, the reserve is off.
Wow, strong money, huh? Non-442.
And there it is, it did sell.
On the block now showing on F146.
Coming up next, 2017 Mustang MRT Sport Touring.
I'm going to take you back to the top of the show, Scott. Remember what I mentioned? That we had a 2017 Mustang with an EcoBoost 4.
Yep.
Turboed and supercharged.
Oh, this is it, huh?
This is it. Total value of the deal, 293 horsepower. You might expect more, but nope. This was a SEMA show car. Shadow black from PPG. That's the finish on the exterior. A lot of upgrades besides the engine. High volume fuel pump, direct injected EcoBoost applications as well to make sure that that engine doesn't eat itself up. MRT, we've seen their handiwork earlier today, Mustang Racing Technologies. They had a hand in this build and a 6-speed manual transmission.
And Bill, I think it bears repeating. You said turbo and supercharged?
Got them both.
When just one won't do.
Man, what a double dip that is. And a high bid of $42,000. Okay, here is a 1958 Chevy Impala. Looks kind of like a little bit of a day 2 treatment to it.
Yep.
Given the wheel and tire combination. Let's dive a little deeper into the engine room.
Yeah, it's got the 348, not the tri-power, the 4-barrel, 250 horse there with an M20 4-speed manual transmission, and not available in 1958. Best you could do was a 3-speed back then from the factory. It had 355 gears in the rear end here, and you see those beautiful wheels. I'll tell you, you get a polished wheel with a black paint job, and you cannot go wrong.
No, 45.
Frame off restoration, and it looks
40 spin, 45, 45, $45 down. Anybody else at $45,000?
Look at the paint. Ooh. Don't fall in. We'll never be able to get you out of there.
And look at that grill work. That is,
I know.
That is magnificent.
47.
I don't know if it's just the movie Christine, but 1958 models always, doesn't matter what manufacturer it is, 58 models just have a sinister, spooky quality to them, and this one certainly fits the bill.
Yeah, it's Halloween.
50 grand. They're still working on taking that reserve off, and at this point, it's not going to happen. Here we go. Next, Bill, with one that's right up your alley. This is a 64 Ford Fairlane representing, or replicating, I should say, an AHRA Championship Thunderbolt from Len Richter back in the day.
Oh, I know the real car very well. And, of course, Len Richter, he was a test driver for Ford. And he wound up racing some of the factory-backed Thunderbolts back then. And that took him to the 1964 American Hot Rod Association Championship. Bob Ford, by the way, that's not a guy, that's a dealership. And it's like 2 blocks from Ford headquarters in Dearborn, Michigan. So any cars that were built to go drag racing, they didn't have to go very far to get factory help. Big 427, of course, and these Thunderbolts, a lot of them with the high-rise cylinder heads, probably pushing 485, maybe 500 horsepower. And this one has been replicating that original car from Len Richter right down to the last nut and bolt, or Thunderbolt maybe. Beautiful job.
Okay, the high bid, $65,000 for that 64. Back with more from Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth, coming up shortly.
I grew up in a car town, Kenosha, Wisconsin. When I was 16, I got my driver's license. When I was 16 on the day, I got my first car.
You can tell that he comes from that era. You feel the connection that he shares with the cars from the 50s and 60s.
There's parts to doing a restoration that I enjoy. Okay, it's enjoyable to see the baby grow up.
And since he's a perfectionist, you kind of have the feeling that everything is going to be done right to the T.
I'm not a teenager anymore. Time to get rid of some of the cars.
Oh, did I have a great time out there looking at that fantastic collection. Just another one of the fabulous collections coming to Kissimmee in January. Hope everybody can join us then.
Let's pick up the action live once again here on the block with an Olds 442 1968. Look at the money this is bringing, guys. $82,000 at the moment.
Oh, that is a sweetheart indeed. That is the prom queen right there. And just like that, somebody is going to take it home.
400 cube V8 automatic transmission.
Yeah, standard fare. Yeah, from the 442 in 1968. You know, offering a lot of extras, options, and things like that. You can load them right up if you wanted to.
69 Mach 1 now. Boy, this is fantastic. From a red 442 to a red Mach 1. Yes, indeed.
Yes, and equally desirable. This was the car that Chris previewed for us in our NPD preview just a little while ago. Matching numbers, 351, 290 horse. That Mach 1, 1969, this one right here, first year for the Mach 1, and they brought it back again after it ran until 1978. We saw it again in 03 and again in 2021, and we see it again before long. It just has served well the Mustang community. This one has the automatic transmission, a few power accessories like steering and brakes. Got the rear window slats and that deck spoiler, and the deluxe Marty Report, those Magnum 500 wheels that you cannot beat.
Yeah, this car I would say is a pretty perfect restoration. When I was doing the NPD preview, just giving it such a good looking over. All the gaps are perfect. The paint is flawless. Just an immaculate restoration. And got to say, well bought for $60,000 there.
Indeed. riding its bumper is a 1965 Malibu Super Sport. There we go.
Yes, it is a real super sport, according to the VIN. 195 horsepower, 283. Back in 1965, you had a couple of choices there for V8 engine. Automatic transmission, that'd be a Power Glide. Power steering, bucket seats in the console, we see right there. Willow green is the color with a black interior.
Got 22, 25, 23, 25, 25, I get 23, 25, I'm at 23,
Boy, how many of these in this setup did we see on the roads back in those days? They were everywhere, man, with the white walls and the wheel covers, that shade of green.
Yeah, you know, the Chevelle, it really showed up at the right time when intermediates were really the way a lot of people wanted to buy their cars. Didn't want anything full size, didn't want a compact.
Right.
Intermediate fit right in there. And the Chevelle, a home run right out of the batter's box.
As opposed to a home run out of first base or second base.
Now, why do you do that to me? You know how I struggle with sports terms.
Yeah.
He's a motorsports guy.
I do it.
Motorsports.
That's why I do it.
Oh,
we'll be back with more of all of this in a moment.
Oh, you're going to want to stick around for just a few more lots to see this full tilt custom 1964 Chevy Corvette. We will get into the particulars when that hits the block, but I'll just give you a little taste here. How about an Art Morrison chassis, a Paul Atkins interior, and a full custom treatment by Mike Rudder of Rudder's Rods of Bristol, Tennessee. Yep, this is a show winner, and you'll see why very shortly.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, that's the one that I mentioned at the top of the show that was coming up, and we'll get an eyeful of it here in a matter of moments as we welcome you back to our live coverage today on ESPN Plus. Coming up on 3 o'clock out east, 2 o'clock here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. High bid on this 69 Satellite at $35,000.
Wow. Love that. Now, that's not a powerhouse either. 318 V8, that's it. And people might think it's a Roadrunner convertible, which became available in 69, but no. It's just a Satellite, but boy, it's been done out right to the limit. It has.
And what I loved about that is numbers matching 318, and for a convertible, that's all the power you need.
Sure.
Just cruise.
Yep.
What?
Bill, once in a while, you got to give me one.
Okay.
I think he thinks we're ganging up on him again. Here's a 66 Impala and a bid of $36,000. You know what? It's the last day of Big Blocktober, so let's celebrate here, Bill, with a Big Block V8.
I'm with you, buddy boy. Yes, Big Block V8. I'm guessing it's a 454, 4-speed manual transmission. 12-bolt rear end, disc brakes up front, power assisted, staggered wheels. Those are billet specialties. 18 up front, 8 and 20 in the back. And that classic Chevrolet blue. I'm guessing Nassau blue maybe. And that's what you get. Something that is not overcomplicated.
Okay, $39,000. The bid goes on. Fasten your seatbelts, especially those of you who are Corvette cognoscenti. 1964 custom Corvette. You mentioned the Art Morrison chassis, Bill. LS3 power. All kinds of goodies on this high-dollar vet.
Yep, big build here. Holley electronic fuel injection with that 6-speed manual, vintage air, Dakota digital gauges, JRI coil-over independent front suspension and rear suspension as well with Willwood disc brakes. Super platform interior. Paul Atkins, one of the best, been doing that for a long time. And that's some of his best work you were just looking at. Red striped tires on those beautiful forged line wheels.
A great detail is they matched the color of the top of the LS and some of the other components in the engine compartment with the wheels. You don't often see that. You see a lot of exterior matchups with the wheel color, but they've done it inside the engine room, and that's a very cool effect.
That's a very cool number on the board, too. $160,000 right now. Whoop. Now it's $180.
Wheels by Thomas. Don't see those a whole lot, and they're very, very cool. Work really well on this 64 Custom.
180,000. Close bid at $180,000. Bid goes on to 180. Here's
Well,
Jimmy.
it's got the potential. If they get a deal worked out off the block, that would be our #1 car so far today.
Well, interesting touch on that. They actually used a 63 gas cap on this 64 build.
Okay.
And OEM style side exhaust. I think they're aftermarket, but they replicate what you would get on a Corvette in 65.
So we'll leave it to attend to the bid goes on desk. And we have a 1959 Sunliner, Fairlane 500 Galaxy Sunliner next. And this is in unrestored condition.
Yeah. Wow. Probably is better than new, actually. I mean, you can see that this car is so beautifully detailed, even though, as you mentioned, it is unrestored. The odometer reads 5,830 miles.
Wow.
So I think we can kind of connect the dots there.
You saw the engine room. You know, there have been updates and mechanical things necessary.
Sure, maintenance items,
done
whatever.
to it, right.
Yep. 352, that's the first FE. Not the very first. They had I believe, a 322 FE and then a 352. But yeah, that's the first generation of the FE V8 from Ford. Colonial white, black convertible, soft top.
All right, now to a 58 Corvette.
Yeah, dual quad Corvette on that 283 with dual exhaust, the through the bumper exit, which is factory correct. 3-speed manual, that would have been the standard manual transmission back in 1958. Heater and defroster and clock. Wow, this one's optioned out, huh? It's got an upgraded radio as well. And 15-inch wheels. Not what you got back in 1958.
Look at the number, too, 85,000.
She's a beauty. No NCRS or Bloomington Gold documentation that I see here with this car.
At least not yet.
Not yet. Nope. New owner could definitely enjoy taking it and having it looked at by some of the judges of those two organizations. Just get an idea.
Yeah, no question.
The originality and all that.
92, 90, baby, you better get 92. I have 90, baby, you better get 92,000. You better get 92.
Look at that, strong money. Are we going to make it?
Bid. 92. 90,000. $92,000. I have 90, baby, you better get 2, baby.
I think it's fair money.
92.
I'd like to see it sell.
Travis?
You want to give the
you
91?
90's bid. 92.
Because I got 90 on
You want to
there.
give 91?
91.
Just for you. I'll do it.
I have a
91?
feeling a consignor is set on 6 figures before he releases that reserve.
Digging in.
Oh, Jimmy.
I know.
That was looking so beautiful.
I know. I don't like it either.
Look, they're working on.
He did a spectacular
Give 91, and he'll probably knock it off.
92.
They got 90. It'd be a little bit more. 91.
Going to close the bid at 90. Internet, if you'll raise your bid to $92,000, I can sell it to you. You're out there, you want to give 92. We'll raise your bid. If you'll bid 92, I'll sell it to you.
Get in there, Internet.
You got 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. And close the bid. Bid goes on.
Now offering F159.
We're talking inches, not miles.
Inches, right. Well, wasn't meant to be for now, so 91,000 will be the number to keep in mind as it leaves the block area. Wait a minute, they've gone back to this car now.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple of times. It happens.
Close the bid again. Sorry, Bob.
Okay.
I'm going to read this
well,
again
that's why God invented the bid goes on disc.
It's very true.
Yes.
Here's a Plymouth 5-window coupe from 1936. Little street rod here.
Yeah, this is a hot rod with a 383 stroker. Started out as a GM crate motor, 700 R4 automatic transmission, and a Ford 9-inch rear end, got limited slip gears, 373 ratio. Mustang 2 front suspension, we see that happen fairly regularly. Adds to the clever nature of the build on this Rule 36 Plymouth. Vintage air, keep you cool in the summertime, and lots of other extras too. Kenwood CD player, and that rear panel where that Kenwood is mounted is all leather. 6x9 speakers, 5-spoke mag wheels. Deep purple, polyurethane clear coat. Waxed to a high luster, and not going to work.
The high bid, $37,000. Here comes another automobile with L79 power. We saw it on that 66 Chevy 2 Nova a little while ago. Now it's on a 67 Malibu.
Yeah, this is not a Chevelle Super Sport. It's a Malibu, but it has that 327 L79. This one rated at 325 horsepower. Winters aluminum intake, 4-barrel carburetor, dual exhaust, 4-speed manual, 12-bolt rear end. Redline tires, again, always the finishing touch on those steel wheels with the poverty hubcaps.
$50,000 here, you're going to get 50. At 50 bid, you're going to get 46.7. At 47 bid, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 70, you're going to get 80, you're going to get 80, you're going to get 48. I have 47, you're going to get 4. How's a popcorn? Pretty good? 48.
Second Malibu I think we've had recently built in this Marina Blue.
Yes.
You want to get 48,000?
Yeah, you could call that Chevy blue.
Sure.
All of the Chevrolets that proudly wear that color.
Anybody get 50 reserve is off. 48 bid. Anybody get 50,000? Anybody get 50 bid? Anybody get 48.50?
All right. Drop that reserve.
Sell it.
Sold $48,000.
Okay.
$48,000.
Back near the back of the room.
Offering at 161, a 70 Oldsmobile.
Nice car. And some chips to go along with it. Look at the visual appeal of the next vehicle. Not only is it from the banner year, really, of the original muscle car era, 1970, but look at that color combination.
Yeah, that's Viking blue, and that is fighting that white for your attention. Not only the top, but the interior. It's got the 455 cube, 365 horse VA. That was that standard engine combination back in 1970 in the 442. Of course, the W30 would take up to 370 horse. Got the Rochester carb, 10 1/4 to 1 compression, and the M21 closed ratio 4-speed.
60,000, you're going to get 60. I have 57, 58.
Rally pack instruments inside. That's
58, 59.
one of the options that was available. The spoiler on the deck lid, another one. And this was sold new in Providence, Rhode Island, Colonial Motor Sales.
Yes. $59,000 is the bid. Anybody give $60,000 for it?
Correctamundo there.
$60,000, 59 bid. You're going to get 60. Close bid at $59,000 and the bid goes on.
Now offering up 162, a 67 Chevelle SS convertible. V8 4-speed.
So 59 is where we will leave that as we take a quick break from our coverage in Fort Worth. Back in a moment.
To be muscle o'clock here in Fort Worth. I told you on this Halloween we'd have a lot of treats, some Camaros, GTOs on the way, and rolling onto the deck, guys, in a moment, this 1960 stunning Chevrolet Corvette convertible. Now, what makes her special? Well, unrestored condition, for one. Of course, the 1960, part of the first generation of Corvettes, original matching numbers. on this vehicle. 245 horsepower, V8 engine, 4-speed manual. Jay, let's get a shot of these wheels here. Beautiful spinner wheel covers with the white wall tires. Odometer reads 50,799 miles. This sateen silver exterior color, the dark black leather interior. Scott, this is a beautiful Corvette convertible, and I know we usually have many at Mecum auctions. Bill, I had a question. Unrestored condition, same thing as completely original? How is that defined in the car market?
Yeah, they're used interchangeably. I mean, originality, you're talking about what the car has in terms of the equipment it had when it was built at the factory, and unrestored is just that, unrestored. And sometimes you can do a little bit of maintenance on a car, or you can do a little paint repair here and there, and still it qualifies as unrestored. But that's basically interchangeable with original.
That's coming up. Thank you, Danielle. One thing about that, well, we'll talk about that when the car gets on the block, because we need to discuss this 86 C10 pickup truck.
Yeah, recently frame-off build, 5.3 V8 with an automatic Dakota digital gauges on the inside with a custom stereo. And boy, and again, this proves my point about a well-done black paint job, properly applied with bright work wheels, chrome or polished, and that's a pretty picture.
Sold $60,000. Sold.
Just hammered it, $60,000. Boy, that stance works. Wheel and tire package, fantastic.
Yep.
Can't go wrong.
Nope. Got adjustable suspension too. Change that ride height. Play with it a little bit if you like. Very nice.
Here's a Ford Deluxe from 1940.
Well, again, this is one of those cars we see either restored to original many times or hot rodded from mild to wild. And this one, well, it's restored. Pretty much original, has the flathead in it, the 220 cubic inch.
Man, they call. Go ahead, sorry.
I just wanted to point out the McCulloch supercharger there.
Oh, yes.
Which was, you know, a period correct piece of speed equipment for folks back in the day. Very rare to see them today. Column shifted 3-speed and a 2-speed rear axle from Columbia. That's another kind of rare piece that we don't often see. Colors mandarin maroon, brown inside, and a tan convertible top.
You know that mandarin maroon, they could call it that, but that looks like it's been dipped in chocolate at the local Dairy Queen, right? Doesn't it?
Should maybe, be Hershey brown or something.
Mm-hmm.
Wide whites with the original hubcaps.
$35, $36, $35 bid. You want to get $36,000.
Back in 1989, this was an award winner. Ford V8 Club Dearborn
Close bid
Award.
$35,000. Close the bid. The bid goes
And still looks fantastic.
All right, one more car before we get to that 1960 Corvette we previewed for you a minute ago. It is another 1940 Ford Deluxe.
Great story behind this car here. This Mandarin Maroon 44 Deluxe Coupe was built back in the 1950s. Stay with me. Formerly owned by John Sorensen. He's the son of Lauren Sorensen. If you're not familiar with that name, he's probably one of the most preeminent authors when it comes to this time period for Fords. Very well known in the community. This one has a Cadillac engine. That was a very popular engine swap back then. 331 cube Caddy with a column shifted 3-speed manual. Dual carbs and dual exhausts. Yeah, that Cadillac engine swap, it's interesting because when Zora Arkus Duntov went to General Motors, specifically Chevrolet, he wrote a letter to the bosses at Chevrolet and said, hey, we got to start putting a V8 engine in the Corvette because the enthusiasts will become more desirable for that engine, because right now they're putting Cadillacs in their hot rods.
Yeah.
So that really was the beginning of the small block Chevrolet gaining the popularity that it did.
This 1940 Ford reaches a high bid of $27,000. Now to the 1960 Corvette. And what I was going to say a few minutes ago, one of the things about you can do when you have an original Corvette, as we were talking about earlier, getting it judged, you've got the possibility of getting that survivor designation when you take it to Bloomington Gold.
Yeah, and that's very important if you decide to sell the car later on.
Exactly.
People see that and they say, okay, I think I have a better idea of what I'm buying. Yeah, this one has a dual quad 245 horsepower 283. That's a step down from the fuel injected engine. 4-speed manual. And a lot of originality. It is dripping with originality, as you can see. Has not been monkeyed with.
$49, 50, 2, 50, 2,
1960, last year for that rear end treatment we saw in 61. They went with that styling language that endured pretty much all the way through the C2 generation.
You're going to get 54,000. You're going to get 3 and now 4. I have 53 bid. You're going to get 4 bid. You're going to get 54. I have $53,000 bid. You're going to get 54,000. You're going to get 54.
We're down to the last.
50 in my pocket. It's less than what I wanted.
Yeah, the round taillights came in. 1961 went all the way through until the C7s.
Did they cause as much of a taillight stir as the more recent when we went to the C7s?
No, nothing would have been that radical. No, that was an earthquake when that happened.
55, sir. 54, 55. Don't let him do that to you. Don't let him just sneak in there like that.
Go 50.
Give 55.
55.
Yes?
Man, she looked good in that Corvette.
55. Yes, she would. 57. 57.
Up.
Now 60.
60.
What I meant to say was 58. I'm sorry, I got carried away.
That's a family affair going on there, and I'm talking about the aucauctioneer, Jimmy Landis,
58.
his daughter Laura, and her husband Travis Delzell.
Oh boy.
58 online, so we can do 59.
60. 60.
At least make him
Someone
60.
needs to take her for a walk. $60,000.
I don't know.
Give
One more
si-
time.
Is that your
59.
son with you?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I kind of felt
Is that
like
your
it.
son?
Why don't you
You're not
save this
teaching him
kid
to be
and
a
bid
quitter, are
59? Oh no.
Give 60,000. I'll tell you what. Give 59.
No, 60.
62. 62. His kids are already out of the house.
Yeah, it might be the knockout punch.
62. 60's big. Anybody else? 62.
Thank you so much, sir.
Looking good
62?
for you. 62.
There we go.
Oh, buzzer beater.
Wow.
My guy, my guy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Stay in the saddle.
63. 63. 63.
Oh, pitch a fit. Keep it going. Keep it going.
62.
Oh, you're gonna get it.
63. 62,000. You're going to get 63.
Oh, you're gonna get it.
Thank you. Appreciate you playing.
Sold.
Congratulations, guys.
$62,000. Sold.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, you know what Laura and Travis are going to be talking about over dinner tonight, right?
Yeah, indeed. Little family feud.
Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. 62 grand for that gorgeous Corvette. Okay, it is time for today's installment of our stable performance tip, and for that we check in as usual with Chris Jacobs.
All right, collector car lovers, chant it with me. We hate rust. We hate rust. And you know who else hates rust? Stabil. And they're here to help. Just use a little rust stopper. It prevents rust from spreading and stops it in its tracks from even forming. And one car that may have used that is this gorgeous 1969 GTX convertible. This is a factory L-code car, so appropriate that it's equipped with a 440. It has been warmed up a bit with aluminum heads and aluminum intake. And you can see the Wilwood master cylinder there. Wilwood brakes all the way around behind those Riddler wheels, looking so good on this GTX. And what backs up that 440? Ooh, it's a Tremec 5-speed transmission, so fantastic power line on this GTX. Get a look at the back panel there. 69 was such a good year for muscle cars in general, and in particular, the Plymouths. Love seeing this sunlight yellow over black with the black stripes on the hood. It's got that N96 air grabber from the factory as well. Going to get a look at that as we come back into the engine compartment. And Scott, watch out for this one. Going to get a lot of attention when it crosses the block in just a little bit.
Oh, I'm sure it's getting plenty back there in the staging area too, Chris. StayBillMecum.com, that's the website. You can go there to check out their complete line of products. And of course, we are very glad to have them on board with Mecum as long-term sponsors. 1968 Pontiac GTO, matching numbers. Engine powertrain here, Bill.
Oh, you can't go wrong with this. This is a real GTO. Just check the VIN. 242, and that tells you what you need to know. 400 cube V8 with 350 horse with an automatic. Rally wheels.
And just like that, it reached 40 grand, and that's it. So it'll be heading to bid goes on while we look at a 1962 Corvette.
This one's had a little engine upgrade here. We're talking a 350 cubic inch small block. 327 would have been the one it came with in 62, the first year for the 327. Let's take a look and see how they've dressed it. Oh, okay. So we don't know it's a 350 just looking at it. They've even got the original air cleaner on there to add to the deception. Muncie 4-speed. It's got aftermarket AC that's been added to it. And the Hurst shifter you might have seen as well. Yeah, so other than that 350 engine swap, the rest of this 62 Corvette looks like it's pretty much according to the book. And of course the Hurst shifter has a Wonderbar AM/FM radio, which you may have noticed when we took a look at that interior.
Everybody else 52. I am 50 bid, you're going to get 52,000. Now you're going to get 50's bid, 52. I am 50 bid, you're going to get $52,000 bid, you're going to get 52.
Yeah, that 350, that's basically a plug and play. Exterior dimensions of that 350 make it pretty easy to replace that 327.
52, 53, 52, 53. I am 52, you're going to get 3, 4, 54, 53, 54, 53 bid, you're going to get 54. I am 53 and now 4 bid, you're going to get 4, you're going to get
53, Dana Mecum there in the mix, discussion.
Upgraded the cooling too with an aluminum radiator with an electric and belt-driven cooling fan, not taking any chances on overheating.
54.
Well, more negotiation is in order, and I think, yeah, they're going to do the Mecum rule for 60, I think.
That's a measly, like $7,000.
How many people think he should raise his bid to 60? Wow.
Give 60.
Won't bid, you won't even cheer. How many people think he should raise his bid to 60?
Give me 50. Give me like 59.
Sell it at 54. Yeah.
You all just woke up your neighbor,
right? Yeah. You should lower it. Yeah. 54.
And
give me 55 in all honesty.
Survey says.
Give me 55. Hey.
What?
I don't have 60.
What do you got?
55.
55. Raised his bid to 55. How many people think he ought to sell it for 55?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sell it. The sell-its have it. Reserve is off. 55. $60,000. 55 bid. You're going to get 57.
Man, that's got to be a little nerve-wracking as a consignor or buyer when the whole crowd is either with you or against you.
Yep. That's subsection.
It just kind of winds up being mob rule.
You should have given 60 and already have it.
So, $55,000.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Well, after all that, $55,000 buys it.
And I think both sides ought to be happy.
Hey, Chris Jacobs, you know what, man? We have some 911s in the house here at Mecum Dallas-Fort Worth this year. And I think this is the first one that we've had today, maybe the entire run for us, 2004 GT3.
Yeah, and you know, 996 version, so going to be more affordable, but you put those 3 characters behind a GT3, and the desirability goes way up. This is a 996.2 version. Easy way to tell the difference between a 0.1 and a 0.2 is the headlights, those infamous fried egg headlights. But as Wilfredo comes around here, you can see that this point right here, that's how you can tell that it's a 996.2. The 996.1s were a little bit more rounded up. But anyway, this being a GT3 in black, 6-speed manual transmission.
Yep.
3.6 liter, and you know, it's got all the bells and whistles for a 996.
Yeah, that's a 3-pedal 6-speed. You know, and that's getting more and more desirable as time goes on. Some of those high-tech Manumatics and Tiptronics and things like that are taking over.
It's got that double-decker spoiler on the back, as you're getting a look at right now. Quad exhaust coming out the back.
Alex, you want to give 2? 81, baby, we get 2, baby, we get 2, 281, baby, we get 2. I have 81, bid 2, reserve is off.
Okay, 81 triggers that reserve coming off.
81, 82.
I said quad exhaust, actually dual exhaust, but with those like quad appearing tips.
Right.
And you know what? That's a high price for a 996, and that GT3 is what upped it.
Yes, indeed. There will be more of those 911s, including one very expensive vintage 911 to come. Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, just celebrated its 6th birthday this month. First event, November of 2019. And we are happy to be here as, I suppose, our temporary home here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area while the Dallas Convention Center undergoes a massive renovation. That's why we're over here and loving it. 1987 Chevy K10 now at $35,000. The reserve is off.
Yeah, Scott, we're still going trucking. K10, 4-wheel drive, beautifully presented and very quickly sold.
And it sold for $35,000. 1940 Ford Custom, steel body, Pete and Jake's chassis here, Bill.
Yeah, we've had several of the 1940 Fords. This one a pickup, and it's all steel. That's Henry Ford steel too, not aftermarket steel. With a Pete and Jake's chassis, that's aftermarket. 350, small block, ramjet, crate motor, automatic transmission with overdrive too. A lot of extra little touches here, like the vintage air, restitched front bench seat, as you can see. Trimmed out nicely. You get a sneak peek here at the back of the truck as it rolls away.
We had a couple of cars earlier in the show that were tanny, brownie, tanny. This is straight out tanny, tanny, tanny.
Tanny all the way. Yeah.
And the high bid of $60,000. Here's a 1975 Pontiac Trans Am.
Yeah, 1975, we saw once again how horsepower in Detroit was getting harder and harder to find. We are post Super Duty Trans Am here in 1975. This has the 400 cubic inch V8. But just to spare this car its embarrassment, I won't mention the horsepower. But it is matching numbers, and it does have an upgrade, you know, to help the horsepower. Edelbrock aluminum heads, Richmond 4-speed manual transmission. That's not factory. There you see the big beefy shifter coming out of the console. Vintage air is in there. Stereo has been added with the original radio still intact, and Ride-Tech strong arm front control arms with Ride-Tech coilovers and Ride-Tech 4-link rear suspension. Little deceiving, you don't see all those modifications as it rolls along, but yep, some work has been done to the platform, that's for sure.
That's a super clean car, and as Billy Crystal used to say on Saturday Night Live, it is better to look good than to feel good.
Fernando, funny bid.
All right, the high bid, $42,000. Now to a 1960 Thunderbird that is going to make an appearance here. Last year of the Square Bird generation that ran from 58 through 1960.
Oh, I do like this bird. This is a J-code car. I remember whenever we had one of these cars come across, this vintage Thunderbird, I would ask JK, is it the 430 V8? And of course, if it wasn't, I'd be crestfallen. This one has it, 350 horse, 430 V8. Cruise-o-matic, automatic transmission, only 250 J-codes were built in 1960, and this one has had a ground-up Concours restoration. Yep, it's been all brought back, nut and bolt, piece by piece. Nothing overlooked. Look at the great condition of that convertible top. You can tell that's been newly replaced. Extras include the leather interior, power windows and seats, chrome wire wheels. There's that black and the bright work wheels that I've been talking about today. Yeah, that is an eyeful.
35, the bid goes on. 430 equipped Thunderbird still available. If somebody wants to walk down there and put in an offer and meet in the middle.
Yeah, you're going to have to jump up a little higher than where we are right now, I can tell you that.
Let's see how high you got to jump to buy this 06 911 Carrera 4S Cabriolet.
Well, we had the 996 go across earlier. This is the next iteration of the 911, the 997. This is a .1. And as you can see, long gone are those fried egg headlights, back to the more traditional oval headlights of the 911. This one fitted with a 3.8-liter flat six. Again, a manual transmission in there. 6-speed, of course. Really nice looking Yarma beige over brown combination. That brown interior might have looked black as the camera panned by, but it is indeed like a dark kind of chocolatey brown, which is really nice. That color's continued onto the dash and also the steering wheel and the shift knob, Bill.
Yeah, we got some options, tasty options as well inside this Porsche.
52, 55.
Multi-function, 3-spoke leather-wrapped steering wheel, adjustable steering column, automatic climate control, and cruise.
Scott and I are trying to discern what exact color this top is. It's kind of in between that brown and a black, like a dark gray gunmetal-y. It's a great effect.
From distance and in this lighting, it does look like the interior you're talking about, that brown complementing it. Not sure, though. So that one will go away, and a 1965 Pontiac GTO is our next automobile.
I am predicting some stout money on this GTO, and right out of the box, we're in the 40s. Odometer reads 27,000 plus miles, and that's a rebuilt 389 right there. They've added the tri-power, so that adds a little bit more horsepower over the 4-barrel version, 360 altogether. With a Muncie 4-speed, oh my, how about a red GTO convertible with a tri-power 389 and 4-speed? Montero Red's the official name of the color. Power-operated white convertible top. We're in the mid-50s now. Power brakes and steering. All the right documentation with this. Safety track rear end with 323 gears and Rally 2 wheels. This is a honey. Now 60.
60 is what I got, and that's it.
65 pounds of others. Anybody else? 65. 60 pounds. 65 pounds of others. Now 5.
No problem.
60 grand. 65.
High bid to the internet at this point. It's 60.
Close bid is 60 pounds.
And that will not be enough. So we will reveal a 1994 Land Rover Defender 110 SE. Look at this build. Wow. Love it.
Yeah, you're right, Scott. A lot of like here everywhere you look, including the engine. It's a Chevy. Yeah. Got a Chevy V8 in there with an automatic transmission. Let's see. Yep, there it is. High-rise aluminum intake manifold, 4-barrel open element air cleaner. All the good stuff. Nice light medium metallic blue exterior with black stripes. Diamond stitched leather inside. A little bit of money went into this. And a little bit of money is going to come out of it too, close to $100,000.
You know, it's funny, I was walking up on it, I was expecting an LS swap in there instead of what I ended up seeing with the air cleaning. It was kind of refreshing, no pun intended, seeing an air cleaner when you open up that hood.
Yeah, it's not a tuned port injection or anything like that.
I'm going to say we're going to need to be 100,000 or more to even get serious.
Yes, to at least get a conversation going.
Right. So in the meantime, 1967 Camaro RS SS. That's Rally Sport Super Sport, the combo, which was obviously available.
Yeah, this is pace car delete.
Yeah, kind of.
You know, RSSS, that's got that little 350 in it. First year for the 350 in the Camaro, and this one with the 295 horsepower rating with an automatic. Factory air, power here, power there, steering, top. It's got the deluxe interior. Good look at that. Power glide automatic. Got the Protecto plate in the owner's manual.
They've got a little model car version of this car up in the inside the front windshield. You see that? Several of them.
Yeah, it looks like it's the pace car.
It is.
Yeah. Red lines and rally wheels.
62 pounds in dollars last call.
It's got the look.
60 down, down 2, down 200 down, 60 down, down 2 to bid down. Anybody else? 60
Russ
down,
Conklin
down,
asking for anybody else to get involved.
Close bid at
60. At 60K. And it's a great idea. Not going to happen, however, this time. So the bid goes on for that 67 Camaro, and we will be back to Fort Worth in a matter of moments. Welcome back to Dickey's Arena. That's a look at that center scoreboard, by the way. The second largest continuous 360-degree screen in North America. Believe it or not, 1.2 million LEDs in that screen, Bill Stevens. How about that for big screen trivia, huh?
Well, if a bulb goes out, don't look at me to replace it.
Right. They have people for that.
I hope.
Here's a 1957 Chevy 3100.
Ooh, killer look on this one, huh? With that beautiful, looks like a candy blue with that gray accent along the back of the cab there, and right wheels, Bose 20-inch wheels all the way around. Powers a 350 with a 700 R4 overdrive transmission. That's the 3-speed with overdrive. Lots of other things as well, and 47 won't do it.
Yeah, it's a full-on restoration. Frame off.
All the way.
So you're right, 47 is the number we leave at the bid goes on desk. With a 1964 Buick Riviera, oddly similar color combination here.
It is. Well, you know how I love the Rivies, especially the first generation cars.
Right.
And this is one of them. This is year 2 for the Riviera. That's called Teal Mist Poly, the color, with a white interior. Powers from that 425 cubic inch, big, broad-shouldered V8. Automatic transmission with factory air. This was one of those cars that established the personal luxury car category from all 3 of the big 3 in Detroit. Power windows and a power seat. And just a fabulous car from any angle. There just isn't an ugly angle on that car. And in fact, I think I mentioned this before. Bill Mitchell was the head of GM styling back in 1964. And he actually took more pride in the Riviera than the split window coupe, if you can believe it.
Right, right. That's true. Okay, $35,000 rather for the Riviera. The bid goes on, and a '68 Camaro will follow it up next.
Big Blocktober. We're going to miss it, Scott.
Yes, we are.
It ends today, and this is a 454 powered Camaro. Rotisserie restoration done a while back. And as you can see, it looks like it has not deteriorated very much. There is that 454. Turbo 400 automatic transmission. They upgraded the radiator too. And the color shifting, pearl paint. And as it rolls by, you might see how the color changes from light to dark. Custom interior, Bluetooth stereo, 17-inch American racing wheels.
You know, like Humphrey Bogart once said, we'll always have Big Blocktober, right?
I didn't know that. Well, look at those deep dish American mags, too. Look right at home.
29 pounds a dollar sold.
All right, sold it for $29,000. That's a stout car for $29K. You know, the first 1967 Corvette we've had this weekend is right here in front of us.
Yeah, isn't that something, huh? Usually by now we've had at least a couple of them. Let's poke under the hood here. It's a 427, and maybe I can determine if this is an original 427. It's one of the 427s that were, oh no. No, that's not a factory 427 there. Nope. No. So we're going to take a wild guess and say it's a solid lifter 427. It may have been a L72 when it started life, and probably has more than that 425 horse by now. And it's a 4-speed. And it's got both tops. We don't see either one right now, but it's a soft top and hard top Corvette. Ermine white, teal blue stinger, blue interior, side exhaust, and bolt-on wheels. Now there's the other top. There's the hard top trailing behind.
You know, it's interesting. We don't see many Ermine white 67 Corvettes, do we?
No, that was a foundational color for the C2s, available right from 63 all the way through. And yeah. See a lot of blue ones.
60 pounds another 62.
Indeed, a lot of black and red, too.
65 pounds and
62 is the bid.
65 pound out of bid. 62's the bid. 65 pounds and dollars. Anybody else on it? Internet 62. 65 pounds and out of bid. 62. 5. Anybody else? 65 pound out of down.
Boys, Chevrolet could have gone a few more years with these C2s. 63 to 67, and then they jumped to the Mako Shark, the C3, but boy, they hadn't used up the C2 styling at that point.
I totally agree with that.
Yeah.
65 pounds and dollars. Anybody else?
I wonder why that decision was made. I wonder who made the call and why.
Yeah, maybe they know something we don't, but again, a lot of people agree with us.
Well, that's a first.
Why did you have to say that?
Oh, well. Okay, let's move to another one from the end of the C2 era to the end of the C3, that Mako Shark era you were just talking about, 1982.
Yeah, and, you know, Corvette went out with a special edition like this, a collector edition, as the C3 went the way of all flesh. 350, small block, as we know, 200 horse, and only the automatic was available in 1982. One of 6,579 they built that year. And as I mentioned earlier today, and I think anybody that knows Corvettes will tell you, by this time, the option sheets were getting shorter and shorter. The Corvettes were coming through pretty much loaded. Power, everything, steering and brakes, factory air, power windows and locks and mirrors and all that stuff. Gold tinted glass T-tops.
23, 22, 23, 23 rounds on bed.
Yeah, and this is the sweet spot in terms of the bidding. This is where we see these sell low to mid-20s. That market pretty much has flatlined for a while.
Yeah, I was going to say all day long.
Yeah.
I mean, the rare, you know, 0 mileage car or very low mileage, they go way high, considerably more. But
26 internet, 27 pounds in the last corner it is. So 26 pounds.
all right, Mr. Conklin, Russell Conklin hammers it for $26,000. And that will be our cue to step away for a moment or two. When we come back, we will kick off the last 2 hours of today's program from here in Dallas-Fort Worth.
Welcome back, everybody, to Mecum Auctions from here in Fort Worth, Texas. We're inside Dickey's Arena, our temporary home for the next few years. And I am standing next to one of my favorite cars here this year. This is a 1973 Porsche 911S, and 73s are special. For one reason, here in the front, this is the last year of the long hood. You can see this hood goes all the way down to the front bumper. Why is it the last year? Well, in 1974, safety regulations implemented that all cars have a front impact bumper, which Porsche designed beautifully. And then back here in the rear, the rear of the car is the other reason that it's special, and I'll lower the bonnet for you to reveal that 911S logo. Now, this 2.4 liter flat 6 S was the highest horsepower engine that you could get in 1973, making 190 horsepower. That is mated to the legendary 915 5-speed manual transmission. And check out that interior, so special too. That blue tartan, beautifully contrasting with that silver exterior. Flawless restoration of this car done by Porsche of Beverly Hills to the tune of, oh, let's see on the consignment sheet. Yeah, $15,700. So an extensive restoration done to this car, and it is gorgeous in every single way. And I'm hoping it's going to sell here in Fort Worth when it crosses the block a little bit later. Scott?
Boy, if it does, Chris Jacobs, stand by. That's going to bring big, big bucks. One of those long hood 911s that you see right there. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. We'll keep our eyes out for it on the block. Let us bring you back to the block now as we continue live here on ESPN Plus with 2013 60th anniversary Corvette.
How long can Corvette clock last? I'm curious. Because this is going to last a while.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Let's go, man.
Here we go, 2013. This is the 60th anniversary edition. One of 31 60th anniversary base convertibles that were produced. You got rarity right there, the 4LT. Option package, the LS3, 6.2 liter, 436 horsepower V8, 6-speed automatic, paddle shifted, and oh, those beautiful chrome wheels. And other options as well, but I don't have to tell you about them because the car already sold.
It did at $40,000. Here's a 2016 Z06.
Yes, the Z06 making its triumphant return here in the C7 generation. 650 horsepower. One of 251 of the Z06 coupes finished in the extra cost Daytona Sunrise Orange. This one was at 7,000 miles on it. As I mentioned, the 650 horse. Yeah, this is a brute 8-speed automatic. You could also get that manual transmission as well. Targa top, extra cost options, navigation, leather interior, head-up display, 10-speaker Bose sound system. Oh, that is just so sweet. 2014, 2019, C7 generation. Of course, the Z06, that was the highfalutin Corvette for the 7th generation until that ZR1 showed up. 2019 with 755 horsepower, but 650, you're not going to feel cheated if you mash that throttle pedal. Hang on.
There you go, good money. $77,000.
Now I'll bring up
and, gentleman has just picked up 10-year-old Z06.
Oh, that is so killer.
Looks
Look
brand
at
new,
that.
though, doesn't it?
Oh, man. Wow, painted calipers, chrome wheels, eating that car up.
Okay, here's our first C8 2025 Corvette with under 600 miles on the clock.
Yeah, still in the plastic, as we like to say, with less than 600 on the clock. You're right, Scott. Yeah, 495 horsepower, 6.2. That's what they came with. 8-speed dual-clutch automatic with paddle shifters. That removable roof panel, so popular. Red Mist Metallic tint coat. Cost you a little bit extra when you ordered this car. Z51 Performance Package. Carbon Flash, high wing rear spoiler. Midnight gray forged aluminum wheels with a red stripe on it. And already people are kind of getting ready for the next generation of the Corvette. This debuted in 2020. Here we are, 5 years, almost 6 years down the road. And what are they cooking up at General Motors? We've seen variations of this. The E-Ray, ZR1. I think it's time to go back to the drawing board.
65,000, I think, was the number that the 2025 Corvette landed on. 1969 Z28 here now.
I think this is our first 69Z. We have 69 Camaros earlier, but here we go with a real one. It's correct. Factory X77 with the D80 spoiler group as well. But wait, stop. That is not a 302. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, that's an LS6. The 5.7 liter version of the LS6. 6-speed manual transmission. Oh, there's hocus pocus all over this Z28. 12-volt posi. It's got air, power front disc brakes, power steering, aluminum radiator. Underneath, upgraded that suspension, tubular control arms. Elsewhere, frame connectors, much more robust now. Handle that LS6, traction bars, and the hammer at 60 grand.
There you go. I think they're going to be happy with it.
Already, big smiles.
Very much so. 1956 Bel Air convertible. That is what we are looking at. What a spectacular presentation.
Wow. Comprehensive frame-off restoration. It's got the 265 V8, which would have been available in 1956. This one putting out 240 horsepower with two 4-barrel carburetors, as you just saw. Column shifted 3-speed. Color, glad you asked. Sierra Gold with Adobe beige accents and matching interior. Power top, white canvas. Wonderbar radio, chrome front and rear bumpers, wire wheels with wide white wall tires. Oh, that is a cover car.
Look at the numbers, too, reflecting everything you just said.
Not a surprise. A 56 Bel Air convertible, just the way this one sits, we may not see again.
155 bid. 150s to the back, 155,000 bid. 155, I'm gonna go to 16, and now 116, I'm gonna get up for now, I'm gonna go to 16, and 155, 16, 160, sir, 155 in the front row, 160,000 a bid. 155, 160,000.
Still going up.
160,000 bid, I'm gonna go to 16 here, 155, 160,000 bid. 155 bid, 160, 155, ladies and gentlemen, reserve is off.
Oh, there we are.
160,000 bid.
We have a new number one. Welcome to the top spot.
160 and 155 here, 160, 155, 160,000, and 160 hands high. Last call, Paul, you're done. 160, thank you though, 160,000. Sold 155, sold $155,000, Ryan Bird. Now offering
very nice.
Oh, good work. I'd be turning handsprings.
I'd pay to see that.
Okay, well, probably a lot of people would also turn away.
That's true. Okay, 1969 Ford Torino Talladega. That'll give you kind of a hint about what we're talking about in this car, Bill.
Yeah, exactly, Scott, because we've seen 69 Torinos here previously. One of them, the Cale Yarborough edition, the Cyclone. We had another one, which was a non-Cale Yarborough edition, and here's the Talladega. And you just got to look at the 428 cubic inch Cobra jet. It's got the C6 high performance automatic, power front disc brakes. It's got an open rear end, not positive traction or not traction locks, 325 gears. Wimbledon white, competition black hood. That's been lowered. A little lower ride height on it. Color keyed racing mirrors. Bringing the money. Power steering too.
Didn't build many of them in 69.
No, less than 800.
That's a good one. $48,000. Okay, 1966 Corvette right behind the Torino. How many 66 Vettes did you used to own? Like 19 or 20?
I had 3, but not at the same time. Right. Yeah, this is a big block car, born that way. It's got the original block and heads, but we did a little bit of diddling with this. It's got a mid-rise aluminum intake and a new carburetor underneath the open element air cleaner, and a 5-speed manual transmission. Factory air. Came with factory air, in fact, so we know it was not a 425 horsepower 427 when it was new. You couldn't get the air with that L72. New leather seats. New serpentine belt system. New aluminum radiator. That car's not going to overheat. It's been jacked up just a little bit for tire clearance. It's got those American Racing torque thrust Ds at all 4 corners. Looks just great.
Kind of a day 2 Corvette, don't you think?
Yeah, just about everything has been done to it. You could unbolt, but I wouldn't.
That looks good.
That's sharp.
Looks good. $72,000 is your hammer price. Here's a Chevy 150, the entry level 150 back in 1955. This is far from entry level now, though, Bill.
We see them so often here, these 55s. They get such a great look when they're done out like this one right here. Red outside, tan inside, 350 crate motor with Holley Sniper fuel injection. That's beautifully detailed. How about those valve covers with the Chevrolet stripped on? Nice. Aftermarket air. Hydro Boost front disc brakes. A lot of work underneath it we can't see. Power steering, front and rear sway bars, tubular. Upper and lower control arms. Underneath that car, they painted the 4 pans. That firewall has been shaved. You may have seen that. Nothing hanging off the firewall. 18-inch billet specialty wheels up front, 20 inches in the back. Street and show.
And I'll start asking 71 pounds of the bid.
71's not going to buy it, is it? If I could get all of it, I would. I got 70.
Pulls at 70,000, closing at $70,000, about the wrong zip code.
Now offering up 200 from the redefined Legacy Collection.
Matt succinctly said, hey, we're in the wrong zip code there.
Yeah.
Got to be a lot stronger.
He's being very polite.
He is. Very true. Bill, it's all yours, brother.
Oh, I want this. 63 Plymouth Savoy Max Wedge 426. This is pre-Hemi. Stage 2 dual quad engine, high compression, 13.5 to 1 compression.
What?
Oh, that would squeeze your head off. Wow. With a 3-speed manual. This is prior to the 4 speeds as well, but hey, the kicker is not only that max wedge engine with a cross ram 4 barrels, but what's lurking underneath? Wait till you see the detailing underneath here. We want to show you this.
Oh,
how about that? Wow. Just so perfectly presented. Floor pans, frame rails all painted. You see the exhaust, big diameter exhaust with cutouts. So you take off those block-off plates and oh, you'll hear the sound of music.
That has never seen a mud puddle.
No. Concours restoration, back to original specs with over $120,000 invested in that. And it reflects that expense. They completed that restoration, believe it or not, 7 years ago. So it has not been driven very much.
There we go, 77,000 bid, 75.
Well, they had a 1 in front of that 75, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is astronomical, and they corrected the bidding, to just 75,000.
If that was at 175, that hammer would have come down at light speed.
Right.
77 bid, 75 period, I'd get a bit of a $77,000 American, and I'd have. Closing at 75, going to close it at $75,000.
Okay.
Now I'll bring up 201.
Well, it's going to take a little bit more than that, and they will continue to try to massage that number. We'll be back with more from Mecum, Dallas-Fort Worth, coming up. Well, that is downtown Fort Worth, Texas. Happy to be over here on this side of the Metroplex for Mecum Dallas-Fort Worth 2025 at Dickies Arena. 1955 Chevy Nomad wagon is waiting for us to pick up the live coverage here. Bill, let's do it.
Oh, sweet. It is a Nomad 55. It's the first year for the Tri-5s and also the first year for the V8, which this one has, the 265 Cuber. Less than 1,000 miles on the engine rebuild. Non-original intake. It's a Holley intake and a turbo 350 automatic, which of course replaces the original Power Glide. A lot of work underneath, new shocks. And they've detailed both the top and the bottom of this Nomad. Coker wide white wall tires, painted wheels with the small diameter center caps. Black gray interior.
Pretty, I was just going to say pretty business-like, except for the little splash of red there.
Exactly what I was going to say, except for the little modifications I mentioned. You know, nothing really outside the box.
57 is the bid, and I think that's where it's going to wind up for now. Okay, potential top seller material if this should sell. We talked about it earlier. Chris did a great preview on this 73 911S Coupe. Here it is, everyone.
Oh, and be still my heart. There's one car at every auction, and this may very well be it for me here at Fort Worth. I mean, there's nothing I don't love about this car. The color, that exquisite interior with that blue tartan. You hardly ever see that, and of course, it's an S. It's a 73, which is, you know, probably the pinnacle year of this first generation of 911s.
The last year of the long hood design that we showed you a bit earlier.
Yeah, just flawless. I mean, the only 73 that really is above this is the RS.
Right.
But as far as, you know, what you could walk into a dealership and buy, this is the pinnacle of Porsche for 1973.
$170,000 bid right now.
The icing on the cake, this was sold new at Brumos Porsche in Jacksonville. Maybe the preeminent Porsche dealer, at least on the east side of the country.
And race team
sponsor. Hurley Haywood ran with him for a while.
Yeah, that legendary flat six made it to the equally legendary 915 5-speed manual transmission. Now 185. Now 185. And there's just so many iconic touches on this car. The Fuchs, of course. the swoopy lines of the 911, which have virtually not changed up until
pretty much
this very modern day.
Well, if the art of the deal works here, we might get the reserve off, but I'm thinking we might need to see a 2 at the front of this.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, for the level of restoration that this car has achieved, I think a 2 as the first number is very appropriate.
Oh, it is.
Wow.
Wow is right.
Not unexpected.
Oh, is that Jimmy Landis, or is that someone dressed as Jimmy Landis as a bidder assistant on Halloween?
Looks like it's a great replica. If it's
yes,
not
it
him.
is. All right. Jimmy Landis helping out, and the new owner of that is bidder number 6, and
yes.
that's our old friend Don Davis.
And I'd like to see his collection someday.
Yes, he has had several times massive cars that have come to auction here at Mecum, and he's just picked up a really landmark Porsche 911 from 1973. Well done. 190, and that is our top-selling car so far today. Here's a 2019 Corvette Z06, Bill.
Hip, hip, hooray. It's another one with that 650 horsepower 6.2. This one also with the 8-speed automatic, as we saw before. A little more miles on this one, I think. This has over 14,000 now. It's got the Z07 package and the Z07 suspension, magnetic selective ride control setup, carbon flash painted ground effects. Has that performance data and video recorder, which is so much fun to have in the car. 4-wheel disc brakes, red calipers, ceramic rotors, rack and pinion, power steering that's speed sensitive. It actually changes your steering ratio according to how fast you're going. It's real world-class handling too in that car. Head-up display, electronic speed control, and the more mundane power accessories like windows and locks and mirrors. But improves the drivability, that's for sure.
Right. Bottom line, all that, it's a Corvette, man. A lot of performance bang for your buck here.
Yeah, six-figure sticker price on this Corvette.
Folks, we don't rehearse this, just so you know. 57 is bid, and it is. Yes, it is very quiet, very attentive.
I believe the gentleman there in the plaid shirt is in contact with the consignor, trying to figure out what number they need to be at. So for now, we're going to leave it at $57,000. If we get a change during the upcoming commercial break, we will let you know.
Take 70,000, sir.
Might not have to wait that long.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, they're continuing to work on it. Matt Morvac says 70,000 is what it really takes, or something close to that if you can work the deal out.
Raised his bid to 60,000. Well, just let him have that flame, that torch red vet. $60,000. Man raised his own bid. Who thinks he should sell that car?
Get it up there, baby.
The guy with the high bid certainly does.
Yeah, 60 is not unreasonable.
That guy. Well, you're 65 then over there, right? The guy who says he should keep it. You want to give 65?
65.
Okay. Never mind.
Let's go.
Close it at $16,000 after all that suspense. We're going to close it. The bid goes on.
Now offering up 206.
All right. Well, we're going to close it at 60,000 and take a break here and update you if necessary. We'll return to Dickey's Arena, Fort Worth, Texas, in a moment.
Welcome back to Mecum Fort Worth, and happy Halloween, everybody. This crowd's getting a lot of treats over there crossing the block. Some amazing cars. We'll get you back there in just a moment. But you know it's time for Memory Lane, where I take your favorite photos from our Facebook page and bring them to the program. First up, I love this one, Miss Debbie Perez submitted A photo of her 1971 Buick GS convertible. She said it in my husband's family for 5 years before it came his graduation gift. He's the one on the far right and part of the 1986 graduating class. We still have the car today and have relocated to Florida. I love that, Debbie. Perfect state to drive that convertible around. Next up, Greg Woodford with a bike submission. Greg says, this was my first motorcycle. It's a Honda VT500 Ascot. He says, that's me, the blonde, on the far left wearing the Daisy Dukes. Hey, don't judge me. It was Florida in the 90s. What do you want? Hey, no judgment here, Greg. Those shorts are high and tight, just like Bill's new haircut. Huh, Scott? High and tight.
Oh, hey, you knew she was going to work that in, right?
In the words of my Hungarian gypsy grandmother, Danielle, you need to reset your pin.
Thank you, Danielle.
Good stuff, guys.
And folks, keep those historic photographs coming, will you? 1957 Corvette now on the block. Triple red, at least in this configuration, with the removable hardtop.
And I think this is the first 57 C1 Corvette.
It's a Fuelie, too, and I think you're right.
Yep, 283 horse, 283. 3-speed manual transmission, the standard manual transmission. That year, later in the year, 4-speed became available. Positive traction also debuted in 57. Venetian red, shoreline beige. Factory radio delete, no radio. Although people will tell you that radios weren't standard. The radios were options, so when you say radio delete, kind of have a little bit of a conflict there. Rear differential, 370 gears.
70, 65, 70 pins.
What a huge year all the way around for the Corvette, huh? 1957.
You got it. You know, Zor had been there for a couple of years, and his influence was really beginning to change the whole course of history for the Corvette. It started having racetrack victories domestically, and they were dipping their toe in international racing, specifically in places like Sebring.
Yeah, he said, we got to get rid of this namby-pamby sort of image and put some performance alongside that Corvette name.
Well, that was his background. He was a racer. He raced Porsches before he came to General Motors. And it rubbed off on the Corvette almost immediately. Instrumental in getting the V8 into the Corvette in 55. Chevy made a big deal out of that 283 with 283 horsepower, 1 horsepower per cubic inch. They advertised the heck out of that. Of course, Chrysler fans will tell you that the optional engine in the early letter cars had 1 horsepower per cubic inch. So that debate never really been settled. And then just to make sure that there wasn't that argument in 1958,
we're going to close it at 78. It takes 90.
The 283 had 290 horsepower.
That's not as far as I thought.
It takes $90,000 to buy it. I know if anybody's going to make that fly, be that guy.
I mean,
but
it's better than 100,
buy the
right?
car. What we're going to do, got our best man on it. I'm going to close it at $78,000. It takes $90,000 of it. I'm going to let them have a minute to talk it over. In the meantime, here's Trev Morbeck.
And on the block now.
Would you like to counter? Would you like to counter at like 90?
Well, the target is out there at $90,000. So they're going to move on, I think, to 2008 Aston Martin DB9 as Trev Morbeck takes over for his brother Matt Morbeck on the Auctioneer stand.
Yeah, both world championship auctioneers, the brothers.
Indeed.
Look at this. Wow. This is a fast car. 450 horse, 6-liter V12 in this 2008 Aston Martin DB9 in Berwick bronze. And inside, we got to look at this interior. How about bitter chocolate / sandstorm?
That's an interesting combination.
I know. The visual on that isn't very appealing, is it? No. Anyway, all the options, sports package, special wheels with slightly larger rubber, lightweight titanium lug nuts.
Thinking maybe if you find yourself in a sandstorm, a piece of bitter chocolate would be good.
Eating a Hershey bar. Wait a minute. Lightweight too, aluminum aluminum body and chassis, 0 to 60 in under 5 seconds, and this will clock at about 186 miles an hour flat out.
Okay, the bid goes on at 40 grand on the Aston. Here's a 73 Porsche 914 Targa.
Yeah, this 914 series kind of star-crossed.
Exactly.
You know,
not exactly on the high on the desirability list for many years, but that sort of changed.
It did. It did. The early one's way underpowered. This one has the more desirable 2-liter flat 4, 5-speed manual transmission. Looks great. Looks like it's been either beautifully restored or fastidiously maintained. I'm guessing it's probably a restored car. They're kind of prone to rust a little bit, these older Porsches. The 914s has the Targa top. Sold new in Santa Monica, California. Engine and transmission, they've been all refurbished.
I tell you what, the 73 Porsche, not alone in the category of cars that have a tendency to rust.
Yes.
Back in those days.
Yeah, it's
right?
a little metal deterioration.
That's why you need Stabil Rust Stopper.
Yeah.
1973 914 goes for the bid goes for $45,000. And by the way, this is completely unintentional, but our next vehicle, the 69 GTX, was the car part of our Stabil performance tip a little while ago.
Yes, sir. This is only one of 701 that were produced. That's the GTX convertible in 1969. All restored, body off, muscle car restorations. In fact, Chris gave us a pretty good preview of this when we did our rust stopper preview a little while ago. 440, aluminum heads. That's been played with. 4-barrel, Tremec 5-speed. Put dual electric fans underneath there, help with the cooling. New fuel tank's been added. Upgraded dual exhausts.
Oh, love these. Love these 68 and 9 GTXs.
Yeah, you've often said that. Good wheel choice too, all polished out.
Red lines complement the yellow very nicely, and it talks to the hood bumps, the intakes.
Yes,
on the hood,
right, which you'd also find on the Roadrunner.
Yep.
GTX debuted in '67, Roadrunner debuted in '68, and immediately the GTX was a little more plushy and cushy, and was called a gentleman's muscle car. 1968. You could not even get bucket seats in a console in the first year of the Roadrunner, but you could in the GTX. All the other fancy stuff that came on the GTX slowly worked their way into the Roadrunner, but the GTX will always be considered the more upscale of the two cars.
All right, so the bid goes on at 60, I think it was 65,000. All right, so we'll move to a 1969 C10 pickup.
Another one of the 263 pickup trucks here in Dallas-Fort Worth, the Mecum auction. This is a short bed model, 5.7 with a 4L60 automatic transmission. Factory air tilt column. Limited slip rear end with 342 gears, 12-volt rear end differential cover on it. Rear suspension has a 4-inch drop leaf spring setup with 4-inch drop gas shocks as well. Gives it that low, hunkered down ride height, as you can see right there. There's a good shot of it.
All right, a high bid here at 70 grand. Rolling up into place now is a 1967 C10. This has got an interesting and very nice power plant update.
Yeah, the ZZ4 350 right out of a box. Frame off restoration, aluminum heads, And a lot of other upgrades on this truck. Take a look at that. Beautifully presented. You see the ceramic-coated exhaust headers there. And you get a look at what's happening underneath right now.
53.
Yep. That's as clean as the top. You see the exhaust system there, the lines, the brake lines, fuel lines, things like that, all detailed. The frame rails, immaculate.
53. 54. Ryan, you're out. 53. 54. Reserve is off. 53. 54.
Yeah, we have a
54.
new owner.
I gotta go.
All righty.
Higher 3, 4. Hobble seller. Higher negative 3 down 4.
Vintage air, by the way, has been added to this. A lot of things have been added to this. Bill of Specialties, 20-inch wheels, front suspension components from CPP. I'm so glad somebody fell in love with it.
Yes, sir. $53,000 worth of love on that little truck. Back with more from Fort Worth in a moment.
Gonna get high, I'm on top. I know what I want. If I've been scorned, $1,000 purified and reborn.
Oh, welcome back to Dickey's Arena here in Fort Worth, Texas. We were talking, Bill, in the previous segment about how important the 57 Corvette was for Chevrolet. How about the Cameo pickup truck? Here's one from 1955.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these trucks really weren't big sellers. They were too nice. People who bought pickup trucks wanted to take them to work, wanted to do things, and these trucks were so car-like that it's too bad they just didn't catch on like, you know, I'm sure General Motors hoped they did. 10,000 of them. A little over that were produced. This one has had a frame-off restoration. It's the first fleet-side bed on a truck and the first truck to use fiberglass side panels on the bed. This one's been upgraded with a 350 V8 and automatic transmission. But again, you look at these trucks and they just look too, I guess, delicate, or, you know, not really geared for work like pickup trucks were back at that time. But today, boy, they are definitely finding a big audience. People really have gravitated to these.
Beautiful color combination, too,
yeah,
on that pickup. Okay, 1970 Chevelle Super Sport. It's a real deal. Those badges are not add-ons.
No, not at all. It's got an LS6 in there, 450 horse. Not born as an LS6, but it is a real Super Sport. 4-speed manual. The color code, that is black cherry with an ivory interior. What's not to like about that?
And that looks, well, we've talked about how the light in this building hits the colors from time to time. That almost looks like a tan, sort of a Wimbledon white colored top. I don't think it is. It's just white, right? I don't know.
It's a little creamier than a bright white.
That's what I'm saying. It does.
Yep.
In this lighting.
Yeah, just compare it to the rally stripes and you can see a little bit of a difference there. And we're not going to sell it, at least not at this point.
Oh, but it's an eyeful, isn't it?
Oh, gee.
Man.
That color, man, that does it for me.
85,000 is the high bid. Making way for the latest in our long list of pickups today, C10 from 1968.
And maybe, and I don't think I'm going too far out on a limb, the most modified C10 we've had. This is the 1968. It's got the LS in it.
I was going to say, I think that's fair to describe it as such.
I think so. I mean, that LS has had a cam put in it, Holley fuel injection system, and we're already heading for the interior where that's been all restitched and upgraded. You see the aftermarket steering wheel, bench seats, and all recovered. 4L60E automatic, by the way, to complete the drivetrain. Vintage air. All the switchgear and the cab there have been upgraded. New front sheet metal, new bed sheet metal. custom mirrors, shaved cowl, and I'm only about a third of the way through the list.
Well, and we've cracked into 6 figures on this truck, which substantiates your claim about the most modified truck.
Oh my, Scott. Custom one-off wheels. 20 inches at both ends. They're from Schott, called drift wheels.
And look at the dish, especially in the rear.
Oh, the offset, huh? Big. The bed has been sprayed with sound deadening. Ceramic coated under the floor. Blackout LED lights front and rear. Borla stainless steel exhaust pieces.
Man.
Oh, man.
Well, the high bid at $120,000. And with that, let's check in again with Chris Jacobs.
Well, Scott, you know, there's always bargains, potential bargains sprinkled into Mecum auctions, and this car could very well be one of those. This is a 2016 Challenger SRT Hellcat. So same body style as the newer ones and same engine, 6.2-liter supercharged, making 707 horsepower. This one done beautifully in pitch black, over black interior, and it's only got about 2,800 miles on the odometer, so that's why I call it a potential bargain, because it is an older one, 9 years old, but like I said, same body style, same powertrain, so you could get this car for a very good number, and it's going to be going across the block just a little bit later this afternoon, so I don't doubt that someone could get a deal on this because it is going at no reserve, Scott.
Good to hear that.
Yeah, second year for that car, that Hellcat. 50 or 60 maybe? I'm just pulling numbers out of the air.
We'll see. Thank you, CJ. Don't forget Dodge is the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions, and we are always glad to have them on board. Okay, here is another C7 Z06, Bill Stevens. Actually, the end of the line for the C7.
Yeah, we've had a slumgullion here of 2019 Z06s today. This one, not heavy mileage at all, less than 4,000 on the odometer. And at the risk of being redundant, it's that LT4 650 horse, 6.2 liter. This has that dry sump oiling system. The Z06 has had that, and that lowers the center of gravity and helps with engine life as well. Those dry sump oiling systems really keep the inside of that engine fully lubricated. This has the manual transmission. The previous couple we've seen had the automatic. This with the 7-speed manual transmission. Limited slip differential, electronically operated. Z06 performance suspension, magnetic ride control. Oh, all good stuff here.
You know, this car, that blue is Elkhart Lake Blue Metallic, which will forever remind me of the Professor.
Yeah, C8 had that color, and when he ordered that car, he said, man, cannot wait to get it. Wait till everyone sees it.
$72,000 for this Z06 at the moment. We'll see if Trev Morvac can coax any more money out of the crowd here.
These cars are so capable. They are athletes through and through. These Z06s, they go toe-to-toe with just about any exotic supercar out there.
Would you take home 68?
In terms of all-around capability and drivability, hard to beat them.
Yeah. Would you take home 68?
68. Okay.
I'll give you a check for 68 grand.
Yeah, I'll take
Lift the reserves off.
All right, Clint Hunter there taking care of it, making sure the consignor is happy. So the reserve is off, and we're going to sell this one.
73. You want to give 72 for the heck of it? 72,000. So $70,000. Katie.
Offering lot F223.
All right, going to the internet with Katie getting the assist at $70,000. Here's a 1968 Mustang GT.
Maybe the most primo Mustang that has come through here today. Nut and bolt rotisserie restoration with 428 Cobra jet. Oh my.
Coo-coo-ca-choo.
Oh dear. Yep. Cruise-O-Matic automatic transmission. Oh, stiff gear back there. 430 traction lock rear end.
Yikes.
That's what you get with a track pack, although this is not a track pack car. Whoa, baby. Power front disc brakes, the GT Equipment Group. Even has the correct chalk and paint markings. We talk about this. When these cars go down the assembly line, they're inspected, they get quality control. The inspectors will put little notations, firewall, engine room, wherever. And when these cars are properly restored, they will replicate all of those markings. It's an extra step, but we like to see it.
Right.
And this is going to be no surprise to you, a 4-time MCA Mustang Club of America Gold Award winner.
Oh, you're right. No surprise there.
Not at all.
And you know the funny thing about those grease pencil markings and that stuff that you were talking about, there's no exact science. They were all different because different guys would do it, but just having that there is a nod to the nostalgia and how they were built, how they were put together.
I mean, they were built on different days, and you know, you're right. Oh, by the way, if I didn't mention this, how about this? On the Elite Marty report, guess how many of these with this equipment you'll find on planet Earth? Just
15.
Just, oh, well, no. I should have waited. Just one.
Oh, just one?
Just one.
That's it?
That's all. One of one.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay. That is cool. Sold that car. Man.
What a gem.
1969 custom Camaro. Are we looking at Pro Touring here? That's exactly what I was going to say. This has got Pro Touring vibes all day long. And man, I love the setup of this, the color matched bumpers, that front end, the wheel treatment with those Riddlers, with the custom brakes behind there. Bill, this is checking a lot of boxes.
Checks them all, Chris Jacobs. For Pro Touring in the Bill Stevens rule book, big power, vintage body, not too many modifications to the exterior, high-tech suspension, redone interior, vintage air, things that make it drivable, and that checks off all the boxes.
And high-tech instruments as well.
That helps
part of
too.
The interior, yeah. 105 or 100, I think, was the bid goes on number on that Camaro. So it did not sell, still available, and a 69 Chevelle is right behind it.
Yeah, and this one.
I was going to say dangerously close to the same kind of theme here.
LT4 certainly fits the bill for power.
It sure does. Supercharged 6.2. This one built by the guys out at Kent's Repair out in Alice, North Dakota. Yes, sir, up in the upper Midwest. 8L90E, 8-speed automatic transmission. Underneath, it's got Pro Touring suspension, Fox coilovers, 9-inch rear end with a 4-link. That's what we like to see inside. All redone.
No issue slowing down. 6 piston calipers, front and rear.
Oh, that'll stop everything.
$1.25 is the bid. It's got a Roadster Shop spec powder-coated chassis under it as well.
I can't take my eyes off those wheels. Oh my. Those are just so fabulous.
Yeah, and very cool touch with the SS center caps too.
Yes.
So, you know, they went back to that kind of homage to Chevrolet.
Anybody who says that car will look better with all black wheels, I'm going to take you to the bar.
I just got you another $5,000. I got 150. That gets you 135. It's only $5,000 away from it. You want to sell it?
Work with me on the commission side. Do it for 140.
I got
140.
I got 150.
You can't take 14,000 commission. You don't need that goddamn money.
I just got you 10 more grand since we've been talking.
Let's keep going. It should go up a little bit more.
Bill, it's got some sort of bracket on the shifter with what looks like a boost button attached to it. Anything on the consignment sheet about that?
I got you 10
No,
more grand
but that could be line lock too.
Help me out with the 16. Help me out with the 16,000
165.
Last call.
Anybody else? 165,000.
Oh, come on, sell the man the car.
Can't you do anything on the commission?
No.
Can't do a little bit on the commission? No.
Who'd like to see him sell the car?
We did our job.
He's really dug in.
Are you new bass boat? We did our job and earned it.
I've got 160,000. That's the 165.
50 in my pocket. That's
No.
3,000.
No.
That's only 1,500.
Seller! Sell it.
I've got 160,000.
We got
165 it is.
Well, get some
Sell
more.
that car.
Take the reserve off and get me a little bit more.
All right, as for the reserves,
Dirty fucker. And that,
All right, reserve comes off.
165.
I think you got it.
165. Now you know it's for sale. Go ahead. 165.
Good luck.
Let's see what happens.
Higher David, down 5. I get 162, George.
You did all the work, sir.
$165,000. 165. 165. Higher David, sir, I believe he's all done. Just give 165 on the card. I got 162. 5.
Yeah!
70. Higher David, get here. 170. Higher David, get here. $170,000 bid. I get 165. 170 all done. 165. 170.
Yeah!
Okay.
George.
That was cool.
Up next from the Schrader family collection is lot F.
$165,000.
Torino Cobra Fastback with a 428.
Is all I know.
That's a lot of fun, man, and they got a cool car too.
Oh, ice cold.
Ooh. And with that, good time to take a break here. And when we return to Dickies Arena in Fort Worth, Texas, we'll commence with our final hour of live television on ESPN+. Ooh, take a look at this. What a car that is.
Unbelievable car.
Wow. Oh, yeah. Man, oh, man. Oh, what a killer car this is.
So cool.
1 hour left in our show today, but come on back tomorrow for our final day in Fort Worth, and we're saving some of the best for last. Starting at noon Eastern time, a lot of Porsches going to cross the block. Chris Jacobs, I know you'll love that, and Mopar, which is right up your alley. Plenty of Mopar. And Bill, I didn't forget about you, 3 Vipers, which I know are your favorite. Crossing the block, noon Eastern time, another 6 hours of coverage streaming on ESPN+. Join us then, which will be the first day of November. Scott, that means today, final day of October, also Halloween. We have a lot of candy in the back, so if you boys want some, let me know.
Oh,
I'm happy to
Danielle,
serve it up.
You're awesome. Thank you. Hey, let's bring you back to the live eye candy here on the auction block. A 91 Silverado 1500 now for us.
350 power, 5-speed manual, 4-wheel drive. And jacked way up. Big lift kit. 35-inch tires. Adds to the altitude as well. Power windows and locks. Tilt steering column. Cruise control. I could be talking about a car. Won't be a lot of money. These Silverados, though, that's how you can't kill them. It's 26 years old, believe it or not. Aftermarket taillights have been plumbed in the back. And that big Chevy branding there on the tailgate, hand applied.
25. At 24, you're going to get 25,000. Reserve is off. At $24,000 bid, you're going to get 25,000. You're going to get 425. Sold $24,000. Jordan.
Now I'll bring up 229er. 2012.
Okay, $24,000 buys that Silverado. And our focus now shifts to this 2012 Corvette.
Yeah, we've had some strong Corvettes today in every generation. 2012 Corvette G6, 430 horsepower, LS3, that's what they had in 2012 with a 6-speed automatic. And the paddle shifters. Only 307 coupes are finished in this Arctic White in 2012. Target tops 2, cross-drilled brake rotors and red brake calipers. Active handling. Dual zone climate control, a couple more options. Not too many miles. Almost 55,000 on the odometer. Wow. That's lunch money for this Corvette.
$27,000. The reserve is off. And there it is, hammer price. Laura Landis helping out. And another happy customer here. Yes, indeed, ma'am. Thumbs up on that 2012 Vet. Here is a C-Class Mercedes-Benz Cabriolet from 2018, a C300.
Not the big V8 powerhouse Mercedes. This with a little 2-liter inline 4-cylinder engine and an automatic transmission. By the way, it's a turbo engine as well. Convertible top, power, as you'd expect in a Mercedes. Navigation, leather interior, heated seats. Dual zone climate. Heavy duty Burmester sound system. Look at that touchscreen too. That is a well-equipped Merc.
$24,000 bid. Everybody get $25,000.
Pretty color. Burgundy tan interior.
25. Give 25,000.
And
26,000. 27,000.
Now we're going
26, 27.
We're
You know, bangs for your buck. These little Mercedes-Benzes, I mean, we talked about it yesterday with the depreciation factor. You come here to a Mecum, you're cleaning up. I mean,
yep, and you know what? These cars were ahead of their time. You go back 20 years for one of these, they've got a lot of the creature comforts and features we get today.
Yep.
So, you know, you're not having the scrimp if you go back 10, 15 years to buy one of these cars.
Well, Jimmy Landis pulls or convinces the consignor to pull that reserve. And his daughter Laura in the mix, and her guy just bought that Benz for $27,000.
She might have to tow the Corvette with that one.
Well, you know, we are just wrapping up the month of October, getting ready for November, and to wrap up the year in Kansas City. And that means before you know it, Kissimmee 2026 will be here. At the moment, there are 14 collections. There will be a lot more by the time we get there. One of those collections is from Pete Toto. 21 cars, 17 pre-war classics, and we want to show you a couple of Cadillac V16s in that group. Take a look.
One of the landmark automobiles in Pete's collection is the 1930 Cadillac V16 Roadster. And what makes this car, I think, so special? First of all, 1930 was the debut year for this monster engine.
Cadillac was the only one that did the 16 cylinders. There's 952 parts on just the top of the engine to make the overhead valve work. Very complicated.
But the idea behind it is the more cylinders you're using means that you can have a much smoother engine when everything starts to run correctly.
Smoothness, precision, performance, refinement, all the things that a luxury car should have. Not only then, but today, they were doing in 1930. And now we zip ahead to 1938 for another V16 Cadillac. This car is the second generation of the V16 engine.
Although this V16 overhead valve engine is a beautiful piece of engineering, boy, is it complicated and is it expensive.
Of course, the Great Depression started kicking in. Then they switched to the flathead, which, because of dollars, they just couldn't afford to make them anymore.
The styling of this automobile is basically the responsibility of a man whose name you've heard many times, Harley Earl. He was a big fan of the aviation industry, and you see how the smoothness and the flowing lines of this car reflect what was being done in the aviation world, too. So a special car for the Cadillac brand in 1938.
Well, you know what? It's so cool that in addition to those 17 pre-war classics, Pete threw in a 1941 Willis Gasser and an 05 Ferrari F430. What a group that is, man.
And to meet that man, you can see the twinkle in his eye.
Oh, yes, absolutely. He is a longtime regular here at Mecum Auctions. Bentley Flying Spur now, 2014, and a bid of $35,000.
Quick, get me to a country club. Yeah, I'll get there quick with 616 horsepower out of that W12 twin turbo, 6-liter, big boy engine, automatic transmission with all-wheel drive. Look at that, all blacked out.
It's a race tank.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't think a lot of people are going to be driving that car to the fullest potential of the horsepower, but who knows?
Well, a relative bargain here at $36,000, I'd say.
I would agree.
Hey, you probably put a 1 in front of that price, sticker price back in 2014.
Even maybe a 2, who knows?
Yeah, because that's the big car. That's the Flying Spur.
Okay, here's a 67 Chevelle up next for us. 383 stroker power.
Another one. Yep, that is a screaming engine. Lots of power, lots of responsiveness. And there you see, he's got a high-rise intake with a 4-barrel, open element air cleaner, fin valve covers, red outside, red inside, bucket seats with a center console and a Hurst shifter. That's a 4-speed manual, as we can all see. Not going to be a lot of money. This was not intended to be a show car, kind of a day 2 car, good street machine, not a real super sport. You know what I always say? When your foot matches that throttle, the seat of your pants, doesn't know if it's a real super sport or not.
You know, Bill, we just saw a shot of the interior of the car, and I've always wondered this question. Why is that key tumbler so high up on the interior? Is there a purpose behind that, or was that just simply a place to put it?
Yeah, someone said, you know, it'd be more convenient to be up there. But the thing I always wondered about was the knee knocker tack in 1966. They put it under the dash next to the driver's knee. But they got rid of that in this year, 67. They moved it.
Asking 35. 35. 35. All fun and games until you lose it. 35. Last call, sir. 35. Sir. Alan. Stacy.
$32,000. Nick Sprackland.
Oh, somebody may have missed out by just a hair there. But that
was
gentleman
multitasking, having a drink, buying a car.
Yeah.
That's what Mecum's all about.
The guy in the house doesn't care about that. It's his car now at $32,000. Well, we previewed a couple of Cadillacs here earlier, pre-war classic Cadillacs. Here's one from 1956. It's a Series 62.
It is a long-running series from Cadillac. Ran that for a long time. This has the matching numbers 365 V8 in it. And that was the foundational engine for the entire Cadillac line during the mid-50s before they went to the 390.
This is a really well-done restoration here. I mean, this paint job is just really nice. Gorgeous interior, too. I love that quilted material that they use. You see those fins as the car rolls to the next section of the auction block. And one aspect of this car that I always love, too, are those big chrome Dagmars in the front.
The bumperettes. Yes, sir. Yeah, the fins in the 54, the 55, and the 56 were somewhat restrained. And then in 57, things started to grow out back a little bit. By 59, we all know what that was all about.
25.
Lots of options in this caddy. Power antenna.
26.
Power front seat.
26.
Rare rear air conditioning.
26. 25,000.
You mentioned that 365 in 1956. That was cranking out 285 horses.
A lot of torque, too.
She said yes again.
I think she did say that. You told me you wanted me to have fun the other day. This is how I have fun.
Yes.
Give 26. All right, all right, all right.
No. Apparently I had it in 2 places. Okay. I've got 25 there with Nick.
Break that tie.
I know.
Give 26.
Do you want to give 26?
26?
No. Do you want to give 26? No. So $25,000. Nick Sprackler.
Now I'll bring you up 235.
Okay, well that is a nice way to button up that Cadillac for $25,000. And with that, we will pause for a brief moment or two in our live coverage from that building, Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas.
Yeah, recently I was out there, Effingham, Illinois, at Mid-America Motor Works. That is Mike Yeager Sr. on the right, his son Mike on the left. They're having an open house at the end of November, and they are bringing a fabulous collection of automobiles and memorabilia down to Kissimmee in January. And believe me, you will be very impressed with the kinds of things that they have collected over the 50 years that they've been in business doing Volkswagen, Corvette parts, accessories, things like that. It's going to be fun to see them.
Yeah, that's coming up, man. November 29th, the Saturday after Thanksgiving, I believe.
Yep.
Effingham, Illinois, South Central Illinois. Been through there many times. Let's see, 1988, 560 SL. $45,000.
Not a lot of miles. Let's see, $50,000 already on the board. And that's pretty much the strategy here when we get to these 560 SLs, even the 350s, the 500s that have super low mileage. That market is, I'm going to say it, it's signal red, as this car is. People want them. These cars, they will last a long time.
They call that Palomino interior.
Yeah, right. Just got to maintain them, do all those little things you got to do to keep going, and if you can do that, they have a long shelf life.
57 is bid.
Yeah, 18,000 miles plus and $60,000. You'll see these trade for $15,000 when they've been driven a lot.
Yes. Hey, you know, relatively speaking, though, that's not a bad buy, considering the mileage.
It's investment grade because of the mileage.
And the condition, right. Okay, 1976 Triumph TR6 convertible.
Neat little sports cars, little inline 6-cylinder engine with a lot of pep. It's got dual carbs and a 4-speed. And this is a market, once again, that is predicated by mileage. This has less than 3,000 miles on it. And look at the bidding. We're already up to $40,000. That is not where we see these cars trade ordinarily, although I think they are deserving to be considered more valuable because they are such neat cars. So much fun to drive. They handle. They sound great. Everything about them.
The only knock on this car, those, what do you call those? The rubber bumper guards?
Yes.
Chiclets or something?
Yeah, the chiclet bumpers, right. 5-mile-an-hour bumpers, right.
Yeah, but those are so cool, those Triumphs. Very cool. I think 40 was the high bid on that car. Behind it is a Ford Torino Cobra Fastback, 1969 vintage.
Ford power. Here we go again. 428 Super Cobra Jet in this one with Ram Air and a 4-speed and the 391 traction lock rear end and the factory drag pack. That's about as loaded performance-wise as you can get. 1969 Torino. Correct 6-inch wheels, 6 inches wide, not 6 inches in diameter. Okay.
There's even a Cobra in there. Look at that.
There it is. Ah.
You know, a huge vote of confidence is the fact that Jim Wicks is giving this car a real close look over.
Oh, yeah.
And an elite Marty report just to back up Jim. Yeah, look at those slotted mags. If that is not period correct, I don't know what is.
50 is the current bid.
55 bid, you're going to get 45 here, you're going to get 50 bid, you're going to get 45, 50. Close the bid at $45,000.
Well, not going to be enough money there at $45,000, so the bid goes on. Speaking of money, have you taken the opportunity to check out Mecum Financial Services? Get all your numbers and your money in order, get everything ready to go so that you can bid with more confidence and certainly bid with more horsepower, as we like to say. The gang over there at Mecum Financial, always ready, willing, and able to help. There's the website as well, and you speak from personal experience, right?
I'm a customer, and I am telling you right now, that transaction could not have gone any easier, not because I'm a Mecum guy, but because that's the way they do business.
That's exactly right. Okay, let's bring you back here to the block with 1972 K5 Blazer.
Oh, Scott, the K5 Marketplace still has smoke coming off of it, I'm telling you.
This may be the, we've had a half a dozen, maybe 10 of these just today.
Yes, sir. Unmodified drivetrain, 350 small block, 4-speed manual. And look at that. We are at $60,000. Correct maintenance has been done recently, so this thing is road ready. Not much left to do once you turn the key. And even $62,000 is not going to. Oh,
it did sell.
It did sell. I was going to say not going to go any higher. I call that a bargain.
Yep. Oh. All right, 62 buys it.
I was going to say, Bill, what were you saying earlier about these markets skyrocketing? I mean, if that's not a perfect example, I don't know what is.
Aiming hot.
Hang on to your hat. A 1961 Pontiac Catalina Bristol Blue Tritone interior. Complete restoration and a lot of upgrades as well. A special Mickey Thompson 389 engine with 1961 Pontiac Tri-Power added on. That car is coming across the block tomorrow. Our coverage starts at noon o'clock Eastern time here in Fort Worth.
You know, you said I was going to like that Pontiac just before we went on. That is an understatement.
I knew I'd have you.
No, you do.
Cannot wait for that one. Bentley Continental GTC now from 2007.
Yes, sir, the convertible. 552 horsepower W12, 6-liter, big power. And a car that, again, has that timeless styling. That twin-turbo engine will give you 479 pound-feet of torque and 0 to 60 in less than 5 seconds. 6-speed automatic and all-wheel drive. That will hook up all the options you want. Electronic stability control, traction control, air suspension, adaptive dampers.
You have to be a real Bentley expert to distinguish between the model years of these cars. I mean, this is a 2007. Looks like it just rolled off the line. It's amazing the style of these cars and how long it lasts.
Interesting. Some years there were no changes.
Yeah.
Very minimal.
And now the last couple of years, you can see there's been subtle changes to the exterior styling, but for a long time they didn't need to change it.
34 is the current bid.
Is that a Bentley?
Thank you. 35, 37, 35, baby. You're going to get 7. Reserve is off. 35,000.
Okay.
You're going to get 37. I have 35,000. You're going to
That'll
get
work.
37,000.
Get the reserve off.
So $35,000, Nick.
What
now
a
I'll
great
bring
car.
out 246 at 59.
I'm going to buy that and just sneer at my neighbors.
Don't you already do that with all the stuff in your driveway?
This would seal the deal.
Oh, man, one of the all-time Chevrolet legends, no doubt about that. And I'm talking about a 1959 El Camino.
Oh, everybody's going to like what's been done to this. This is the debut year for the El Camino, 1959. That is an LS from a C5 Corvette. But wait, there's more. 4L60 automatic transmission. Tuxedo black. Ooh, look at that paint. Now let's see the inside. Beauty.
You know, the funny thing is, though, they've done the wheel and tire upgrade. They've done the engine upgrade. But there's a lot of stuff going on around the body, the metalwork, Chris, that they just kind of left alone, right?
Yeah, you know, I mean, they left it alone, but I'm sure there was a little bit of manipulation. It looks like this is not like from the sun patina. This is like over buffing type of patina. And that could very well be on purpose to achieve that kind of look. But I do like the fact that they upgraded in the engine room, little upgrades in the interior. They left the body stock and wanted that aged look.
Oh, they spent all the money on the mechanicals. Jeez. Bilstein shocks. Pure muscle upper control arms, adjustable suspension front and rear. C5 4-wheel disc brakes, just everywhere you look, they upgraded it.
And it just sold for 40 grand.
Somebody give $100,000.
And so we'll start on a 1969 Jaguar E-Type.
LS powered. You know, we always talk about all these LS conversions. Well, here's one in an E-Type. Now it's the 5.7 LS1, so that's 350 horse, T56 six-speed manual transmission, which I believe was in my Viper, my 96 Viper. That was a T56 as well. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole story right there, really. Otherwise, pretty original looking, except for the powertrain. New interior in the red, but not modified.
And that exhaust is looking distinctly GM also underneath there.
Yeah.
Get a shot of that as it rolls by.
That's right.
$40,000. 40,000 is what I got, I think.
Got it at 40,000, says Jimmy Landis.
35.
Well, the original six-cylinder in that car, I think, was rated at 265 horsepower, so you moved up market with that LS1.
35, 36, 36, 37, 37, 37, 37. Put him into 36, is that all right?
Certainly must be a strange sound to the purists' ears when they hear the E-Type powered by an LS
without
with
question.
That exhaust roll by.
Hey, what you got in that?
What do you have?
Well, this is one of those cars where you've upped the performance, but you have diminished the value. I hate to say it.
39.
But an original E-Type fixed roof from 1969, all original.
38.
So trade a little bit higher than this.
Now 40.
Jimmy!
Now 1. Reserve is off. 41.
Well, the reserve comes off here at 40, ultimately.
Yep.
We did all this work.
42.
Well, you might as well have two. Corner of the market.
42.
Oh, yeah.
42.
42?
Yeah.
42?
Thank you. 42. 43.
Oh, still going up.
42.
Look what you did. You created a buzz.
43.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, $42,000, Jordan Hunter. Here's Russ Conklin.
On the block now showing us.
Well, 42 ends up buying it. And from the E-Type with LS power, we go to a 68 Camaro Super Sport.
500 horsepower enough for you? Yep, it is for me. 496 cube big block, hydraulic thumper cam, roller rockers, oval port cylinder heads and headers, fuel tech injection, Edelbrock intake, aluminum radiator. That's the engine part. The transmission part, monster transmission, quarter mile ready, 4L60E with a 2800 RPM stall converter. That is going to launch like a bear. 323 positive traction, rear end's got air conditioning in it, so you'll be comfortable in the summertime blowing the doors off everyone. Yeah, this is a real.
He says so matter of fact.
Well, come on. It's got all the right parts and pieces. That's probably a 12-second car in a quarter mile.
That's why they've got those big meats, especially in the rear. It's going to need those to hook up.
Hold on. Yep.
All right, a big fist bump there. Somebody's going to take it out and do just what you're describing, perhaps, Bill.
Got a feeling.
60,000. You can add this truck to the list of K10s that we've had today. This one from 1972.
Not a lot of hocus pocus here. It's got a 350 in it and some dress-up items as well there. Valve covers, the open element air cleaner. We'll talk about the paint in a second. The interior, pretty original here. Instrumentation, seats, dashboard, everything. Not deviating very far from original. It's a four-wheel drive truck. And the color, nice, soft, pretty metallic blue. And we saw the interior, a blue and white combination. Dark blue.
38, 9, you're out. 38.
Reserves off. That's the signal right there.
39. Hardwood bed and stainless steel Rub strips back there, all pristine.
39 pounds and down to bed. I'm going to do 39 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? So 38 pounds and dollars. So 38.
And you can put that in the books at $38,000 way upstairs in the Gold Bitter Lounge here at Dickies Arena. So we've got a break straight ahead. We are less than 30 minutes from the finish line here today in Fort Worth. Still a little bit of time left in what has been a fun Friday here on a Halloween in Fort Worth, Texas. It's time for our State Farm moment of the day. State Farm, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And let's take you back to just a little while ago. Remember this? 1969 Chevelle Custom Blue, black interior, gorgeous, with a 6.2-liter GM Performance LT4 in between the fenders, 8-speed automatic transmission. The gavel fell at $165,000 with our man George Boswell over there and the new owners of that 1969 Chevelle. They are happy. Yes, indeed. State Farm moment for this Friday. Back to the live action on the block. And a 1965 Bill Stevens approved Buick Riviera.
No debate about that, Scott. Yes, sir. 401 V8, better known as the Wildcat 445. That's the torque, not the horsepower. And Buick did that for a little while. The horsepower is 325. And this is the one-year-only clamshell headlights. You may be familiar with those. They have headlight doors that open up and expose the headlights. The earlier Rivieras didn't have that. Power seat, power windows, air conditioning, comfort stuff, rally wheels, factory correct center caps, and Generation 1 Rivieras. What would you change? Can't see a thing. The Gen 2 cars came in '66, and even those, they weren't really that much different from these. It wasn't until '71 when they went to that boat tail design.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, that everything changed. Yeah, we call those Wildcat wheels, too. Rally wheels are Wildcat wheels.
21,000.
Oh, boy, that market way undervalued on these cars, and I keep waiting for it to explode. Has not happened yet, except the super low mileage Grand Sport cars,
right,
you know, with the dual quad motors.
Okay, so we'll leave it at 21 and move to 67 C10 now.
Here we go. We've had trucks, every make, every model, every presentation from stock to modified, big paper trucks, not so big paper trucks. This
almost every engine you could think
almost
of.
every engine, wheel combination. This is a big block as we wrap up Big Blocktober, 454. Of course, a frame-off restoration. You know, that's not a big surprise with the condition here. Got a turbo automatic, positive traction rear end. And we walk around the truck right now and see that body work. That is laser straight. 20-inch wheels.
47, 47, 46.
We got to come up with a nickname for November.
Let me work on it.
Big Block October. Something November.
That might be a little tougher.
I know.
Very pretty paint job there. That is just a standard solid blue. No graphics, no two-tone,
right?
Not a metallic, but
it works, man.
Yeah, exactly. When it's applied properly, and you know, the preparation, the application, and the post-application, sanding and buffing and all of that stuff is done right. You know what? You're there.
That's a little darker than petty blue, don't you think?
I mean, it's funny because on television it looks lighter, but in real life, you're right. It's just maybe a shade darker.
Shade, yeah. Interesting. Well, 47,000 is going to be the number that we leave that truck with. And 2016 Challenger SRT Hellcat, that's up next. Our man Chris Jacobs on the scene and previewed this for us earlier.
Yep, he thought this might be a bargain in the making because it is an older one, 2016, the second year for the Hellcat. Not a lot of mileage, so that kind of offsets its age. 2,881 on the odometer. Of course, the 707 horsepower Hemi, supercharged 6.2. This with the 8-speed, torque flight, get a manual in these as well. It's got the anti-spin or posi rear end with 262 gears. So this is long-legged. This gives you big top end. High-performance brakes from Brembo. I guess maybe between 50 and 60, but I don't know the way things are going, Scott. This could come under.
Quite possibly. I mean, we barely to the mid-30s.
Yeah.
40, 40, 40, 39, 40, 1, 41, 41, 41, 42, 43, 43, 43, 42, 3, 4, 44,000 out of bed. 44,000 out of bed. Anybody else?
What do you think?
43, 44.
Well, slowly but surely.
Yeah, creeping up.
44,000 out of
Yeah, what's really cool about these cars, these Mopars, came with the Harbin Card Premium 18-speaker sound system, so 43, your hammer price.
Right. Yeah, that sound system is no slouch.
No.
Get that set up right. Yeah. However, you'd be sometimes competing with the exhaust note of this car too. So
sometimes you'd rather listen to that.
Yep. Next up, 1956 F100.
Going trucking again, 300 horsepower, 350 from the folks at Chevrolet, the crate engine with Vortec heads. Frame-off restoration was finished about 4 years ago. They haven't driven it at all since then. They're saying 3 miles since they finished up. Rebuilt 700 R4, 4-speed automatic. That's the 3 forward speeds with overdrive. 8-inch rear end. Ollie 600 CFM on a mid-rise intake, not a high-rise, mid-rise intake manifold, and HEI distributor, high energy ignition. New stuff, bushings, tie rod ends, ball joints, new radiator, bedwood, that's been replaced, and pickup bed, torque thrust chrome wheels, vintage air. Things add up, you know. It's one of those bills where probably everything wasn't done at once, just kind of added this and added that. Eventually, they wound up with this really good-looking truck.
$30,000 worth of good-looking truck, yes, sir. And right now, before we continue, let's check in with Danielle Trotta.
Scott, I want to show you something crossing the block tomorrow, and not just any car. This 2006 Ford GT could possibly be the highest grossing car of this entire weekend here in Fort Worth, Texas. She's a special one, the pristine condition, the low mileage, and the options to make you think it could fetch big money. Odometer reads just 879 miles. It's one of only 541 GTs ever produced in the tungsten color in the year 2006. You can see here this gorgeous gray finish with that metallic kind of sparkle to it. That sheen is just stunning in person, Scott. I know it's going to look great under the lights crossing the block. 550 horsepower. V8 engine, fully loaded inside, carbon fiber seats, everything you could imagine. And Bill, I know that you know just about everything in terms of Ford GTs. So how does this one stack up for you, my friend, crossing the block tomorrow?
Well, it's gonna draw some bidding because of that mileage. And I'm seeing 1 and 2 and maybe 3 options on this. It's got the racing stripes. It's got the lightweight wheels. Yep, painted calipers. It's got the Macintosh stereo. It's got all 4. And notice it does not have the rocker stripes. Those were supposed to be standard on the Ford GT. This has got the Ford GT nomenclature on the rocker, but not the stripes. Interesting. But yeah, and that color is a big seller. 5.4 liter, 550 horse, as you say. Yeah, and the low mileage. So we're going to look for some heavy bidding tomorrow.
Danielle, thank you very much. There are a couple of Ford GTs from that era that are going to, do rock'em sock'em robots to see who gets that top seller spot tomorrow. And let's pick up what's happening on the block while we have an opportunity. 1969 Camaro is getting ready to hit its mark in the middle of the red carpet.
Yeah, how about a Copo? Now, it is not being presented as a Copo, however, it does have the Copo 427, 425 horsepower L72 with a concours rotisserie restoration. And if you think that's pretty, I'm going to share the bottom of this car with you. You will not help but be impressed. Oh, that's what a concours rotisserie restoration is going to give you. Absolutely eye-catching in every way. And there's another look at it. Look at that differential, rear suspension, exhaust system, drive shaft, everything spotless, show-worthy.
So not a Copo, we could call it a Copo replica.
We could do that.
Perhaps, and that would be if the Clone Ranger were here, it would maybe be a 5 Twinkie Copo replica.
Yeah, I think he'd love it. It's a 4-speed car, 12-bolt rear end, 410 posi, and F41 suspension.
$92,000. Real Copo, maybe double that?
Yeah, absolutely. That market has softened just a little bit, but again, a lot of times it has to do with mileage.
Yes.
Sometimes even the color combination.
Right.
Close bid at 90,000. The bid goes on at 90.
Okay, so a little bit of a reset there, and 90,000 will be the high bid, as that Camaro is still available at the bid goes on. We will return in a moment to wrap up our show today. Stay with us on ESPN Plus. Well, it's that time. Our top seller rundown for you in the number 3 spot, that 56 Bel Air convertible with the 265 cube, 240 horse V8, 3 on the tree, and look at that presentation. Total frame off restoration, and it brought the money too, $155,000. Likewise for a 69 Chevelle Custom built by Kent's Repair out in Alice, North Dakota. They used a 6.2-liter GM Performance brand new LT4 V8 in between the fenders. A lot of other goodies as well. And that all added up to a $165,000 hammer price. But our number 1 car today, love this, 1973 Porsche 911 S Coupe. Sold new at Brumos Porsche in Jacksonville with the 2.4-liter flat 6. 5-speed brought $190,000. And that will take the top prize in today's top sellers here at Mecum, Dallas, Fort Worth on this Halloween, Bill. Interesting mix.
Yeah, you know, whenever you see a 1973 Porsche 911S be the top-selling car, you know that it is a pretty valuable automobile, because the other cars in the top 5, no slouches there either. Yep. But the Porsche came out on top.
Okie doke, still some time for us to cover some more cars. This one in particular, a 1968 Corvette.
Very tasty. 427, 390 horse is the power plant, original body, and restored to like factory condition. And I would agree with that. Of course, the wheels, they're not factory. 4-speed transmission in this. They've upgraded the brake system with Wilwood units and a retro sound stereo. Those are Budnick wheels, by the way, 18 inches. But a lot of that car still reflects a lot of originality.
Wow, that was quick. They did the Mecum rule at 55, and that guy jumped all over it.
Yeah, and why not?
Big time.
Didn't overpay for it.
Let's go way, way back. 1908 Model T Touring from Ford.
This is not a replica. This is not something that that somebody built themselves in their garage. This is a real 1908 Model T touring car.
Yes.
One of the oldest known running examples. One of 750 that were produced back in 1908. It's got the 177 cubic inch inline 4 with a 2-speed planetary transmission. I call it a planetary transmission because, if I'm not mistaken, it's like a ring gear with gears in the middle that kind of like revolve inside, like planets revolve around the sun.
Yeah.
And the pedal setup on these were really crazy. To be able to drive one of these things, you get a lot of my respect. And it's got the ignition advance, I believe, a lever on the steering column to help you get it started and keep it running, things like that. Of course, we're talking about, you know, within the first 20 years of the automobile even being produced.
Well, $35,000 is the high bid at this point for that brass era car. And as you said, Bill, not a replica. That's the real deal, man. Super cool. All right, let's check in. Chris Jacobs standing by with something that we'll have on the block tomorrow.
Yes, sir, Scott. I mean, is there anything more classic than the 1963 Corvette? Instantly recognizable from both the front and the rear. The front because of these non-functional vents in the hood. You immediately know it is a 63. This one beautifully done in Sebring silver over black. And then, of course, in the back, once you see the split window, you know immediately that it is a 63. 1 year only, of course. And let's take a look underneath the hood. Now, that is the matching numbers L75, which traditionally would put out 300 horsepower, but this one has been balanced and blueprinted to the L79 specs, giving it 340 horsepower. That is the correct aluminum intake manifold, the valve covers, and the air cleaner. This one's backed up by a 4-speed transmission, of course, and this one has also been upgraded to vintage air. So very, very nice example of a 63 split window, and it will be going across the block, as you said, Scott, tomorrow on Saturday. And of course, it's done at such a high level. It's got the NCRS sticker in the rear window. Scott?
Yeah, Chris, thank you very much. A lot of conversation to be had on that car and on this one as well. Bill Stevens, 1956 Corvette Custom, unlike any we've ever seen before.
Can we extend the stream by about a half an hour so I can give you everything that's been done to this vet? Yikes. It's a SEMA build known as the basket case that was designed by Jack Barnett. 100 body modifications.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't tell you all of them. We don't have the time. But let me just say that if it's a SEMA car, every effort was made to make this thing a top drawer custom. And already we're in the 6 figures. 5.7 liter LSV8. Nothing too radical or exotic there.
And 110,000 won't cut it at this point. So that is still for sale as it moves off the block. And a 1989 Chevy Blazer will replace. There it comes. 5.3 liter V8. Automatic.
Boy, that shot right there, I can hear the March of the Gladiators in my head as it's coming onto the block.
Yeah.
As it slowly rolls into place, LS Power, 4L60E automatic and 4-wheel drive. AC, updated audio. There you see the LS sitting in there. K&N intake. Cold air intake. Lift kit jacked up. 35-inch tires. Here's the interior. Looks like an aftermarket B&M quarter stick shifter there for that automatic transmission, the 4L60E.
Hey, $27,000. Just took care of the deal on that 89 Blazer, Bill.
Yeah, and it's been a day when we've seen a lot of the different Blazers come and go. Those K5s, they are still smoking hot. And we'll see more tomorrow, Scott.
Oh, man, you can be sure of that. That along with those 2 Ford GTs we're talking about. We mentioned a couple of Amos Minter Thunderbirds, early birds, 3 Vipers for you.
3 Vipers, count them.
Man, you're not going to need to eat breakfast. You're going to a lot of energy with those Vipers, huh?
Yeah, I'll stand by for those.
All right, that'll take care of things for today. We are 2/3 of the way through our Mecum weekend here in Fort Worth. We'll be back here tomorrow to wrap up a very busy auction. 6 more hours of coverage coming your way on ESPN Plus, and we will commence at noon Eastern, 9 o'clock out on the West Coast. Thank you so much for watching. Oh, by the way, Rutledge will be back with us tomorrow, so a full house on hand here at Dickey's Arena. For now, though, for the entire crew, our gang in the truck that always does a fantastic job, I'm Scott Hoke. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
We will take it!
We have a new #1. Welcome to the top spot.